Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. ¿Qué pasó con usted? Yo soy muy bieno. ¿Y tú? Shit, I forgot the name of this channel because I need to log into chat. But, just giving you a little update while we're warming up. Everything's okay. It's not great. Still a little sad about some things, but the truth is that life can't all be cupcakes and rainbows, and you can't always be in control of everything all the time, and sometimes you just need to take your fucking lumps. So I am taking my lumps. I think I'm going out to a group dinner tomorrow night, just friends. I'm going out Thursday evening for drinks with a friend. And, I have a pretty rich social life. Partially because I'm trying to have a rich social life, you know. So let's switch over to live chat. Let's set a goal. 10 super chats over 2 hours, and then let's say good morning to all the shenanigans. Fellrunner says good morning. Good morning. Solidus says good morning. Good morning, Solidus. Conserve says second like reporting in 07 live chat is better than top chat. True. Good morning, Girl Hottest, and well QC John. Indeed, well QC John. May your beer may your grill stay hot. May your beer stay may your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. May you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. And then I'm gonna read the Iron Litany as well, because I feel like I need the Iron Litany in my life. No offense to anyone, but I need a little bit of iron sharpens iron kind of mentality. So, let me find it. I'm pulling it up. It's right here. I just need to. From iron comes strength. From strength comes will. From will comes faith. From faith comes honor. From honor comes iron. This is the unbreakable litany. May it forever be so. Indeed. Indeed. All right. Hold up. Let me take a look at this, expand it so I can see who did it. Fellrunner with the 20. Here's something to help the medicine go down. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the kickoff. Today is Tuesday, so I do make a little bit of extra money today. I don't have to revenue share with Valor Media Network. Instead, all the money that you donate today just goes to Google and me. So, if you feel like helping a brother out, buy some stuff for the kids. I was trying to think of what I should be buying. I'm gonna share this because I always want to be transparent about my situation. So we're doing fine. I can pay bills, but I'm tired of just paying bills. And so I'm going back to the VSO this week. I'm probably gonna miss, I don't know, Thursday. And I'm going to go to the Veterans Service Office, and I'm going to resubmit my packet for my neck and for my shoulder, because basically the VA gave me PTSD, they gave me heartburn, they gave me tinnitus, and that maybe a couple other things, I forget what they were, but that got me up to 60%. And that basically helps me pay my mortgage, and it's not bad. I'm not complaining. But the attitude that I kind of have now is it's like, I'm 40. I got kids to take care of. I got shit to do. I want to rescue dogs. I want to create content on the internet that hopefully ends up becoming wildly successful. So I pay Uncle Sam a shitload in taxes anyways. But I think I need the stability in order to push forward with my projects. So I'm going to go back to the VSO and try to max out my shit. If I was able to max out my shit, then I would be getting $3,900 a month, at which point, like, this just becomes a side hustle. And it's not that I don't love this job. I love this job sincerely. I just want to be able to pursue it confidently without having to rely on oilers and chippers to make my daily bread. I would rather have my daily bread be satisfied and then just perform as I need to or as I want to. Caparino says, this is perfect. Had a rough day at work, so time to watch and kick back. You say that, Caparino, but you understand that this channel is primarily about finding things to hurt our brains with and then watching said things and then yelling about said things, right? I mean, if that's cathartic or relaxing for you, then good for you. But that's not my idea of a relaxing time. Jeb Cush's pool day today. Hit some new volume levels. I'm already beat. Nice. You and Bud123 should get together. I've been pretty consistent with the workouts recently, but obviously Bud123 is like the guy who consistently comes into chat and he's like, I did this today. Blah, 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 blah. So, you know. All right. Randy Jenkins says, good morning, nerds. Good morning to you. Old School says, Connor. Hey, good morning, Old School. Good morning, Hedonic Samuel. Oh, yeah, Old School. Didn't you want me to watch something, The Psychology of Dune? I can't promise that I'm going to do that today, but that is interesting in and of itself to me. So maybe tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow I would. I would love to do that. Connor, just sell drugs. Just don't end up on the code blue cam. Yeah. Listen, I would, but I also feel guilty. So right now, weed is pretty much legal in the state of Florida. So the dispensaries are churning out weed left, right, and center. And as a result, like weed, the one drug that I feel like I could sell in good conscience, is just flooding the market. I'm sure you could still be like a street weed dealer because the dispensaries kind of act as like a gatekeeper and they're kind of expensive and this, that, the other. But that just seems silly to get in trouble for selling weed in an era where weed is like 90% legalized. And then I wouldn't want to sell coke, heroin, or meth because I would feel bad about my clients. I don't want to hurt my clients. I want to help my clients. So, you know, I don't think I'd be a very good drug dealer. I'd be trying to get my drug clients off of drugs. I'd be like, listen, I'm going to sell you just enough to get your fix, but after that, you need to get your life together. Vazraka with the 5 gifted. Thank you, Vazraka. I appreciate you. Thank you for being one of my favorite lurkers. I appreciate it. Caprino says, you clearly suffer with your back. It's every stream with you and your hook. I know. And it's been since 2007. I haven't been able to turn my neck left or right since 2007. So I've suffered from my neck problems since a deployment to Iraq. During martial arts, somebody did a neck crank, and they basically like snapped some of the discs in my neck out of place. And I haven't been able to turn my neck left or right since 2007. So I would like that to be reflected in my jacket. I really would. So I'm going to go back and get that done. Jeb Kush says, yes, Bud123 and I already DM. Good. The Terrifying Psychology of Dune. Yes. Think how good of a drug dealer you could be with your law enforcement background. I could be good, but then I don't know, man. The fucking... Back when I had, a wife and 2 kids running around in my house, being chaotic, messing everything up, screaming, running, making messes, and all that kind of stuff, I was thinking to myself, like, man, it literally, like, sleeping in a jail cell 8 to 10 hours a day, reading books, working out, and getting 2 hots in a cot actually doesn't sound that bad, but I don't think I really want to do it. I would want to go to jail for a week, not for a decade. You know what I'm saying? Connor the bud tender joined Big Weed. Yeah, but dude, the bud tenders don't make that much. It's like retail. Like I'm sure because marijuana is kind of like a hippie drug, there probably are some community oriented marijuana farms and dispensaries that actually do like profit share and all that kind of stuff. So you could probably find like a good company that does it. But I have to, like, a lot of the bud tenders that I know, they're making fucking retail restaurant wages. They're making like $10 an hour, $15 an hour. So it's like, and then also, you know, like your entire personality becomes marijuana. And that's, it's not that I don't like marijuana. It's that, like, I don't want it to be my whole fucking personality, you know? So some people let their drug of choice become their personality. And I think that's kind of lame. Connor, the bud tender. Yes. They're already making selling pot seeds illegal federally in November. That's unsurprising. They're going to want to control the market. There's always prostitution. Yeah, I could be a gigolo. I am in a nice area. I could become an escort to rich 50-year-old women. That's I'll keep that in my back pocket. Do yoga. Okay, that doing yoga sounds more reasonable than the other suggestions I'm getting in chat right now. A drug dealer trying to get his clients off their addictions would make for a great movie. Write the script. Yeah. You won't hurt your customers' bodies with drugs, but you'll hurt your audience's minds with slop. Curious. Yes, well, I do view the brain differently than the body, you know? Not that the brain is disconnected from the body, but the brain is meant to wrestle with difficult things. You know, it's part of your purpose on this planet is to wrestle with the stupidity, malevolence, and tragedy of this plane of existence. So if anything, we're getting like a workout. You know, we're getting an intellectual workout by punishing ourselves with endless fucking stupidity. So. Yeah. New Conduit, do it, it's based. Conduit is here as well. Yo, Connor, new vid's out. Want to add it to the queue? Sure. I was kind of thinking that I had today figured out, but I could definitely do tomorrow or Thursday for sure. Who's your target today? Funnily enough, I think Conduit, do some of the snarkers not like you? Because, what was it? There was somebody who I was surprised by where they did not enjoy, I think it was Pisco. I know Pisco didn't enjoy your video because you were criticizing, what was it, like Kyle Kalinske or something? Oh, Pod Save America was 3 weeks ago, 1 week, and today is Patrick Bet David. Yeah, sure. Weirdly enough, I think I would be interested in the Pod Save America one. I think somebody was talking shit about that one. So, yeah, we can do some Conduit. Probably not today, but we can do it in general. Oh. Pretty sure a gigolo, you'd have to be open to male clientele as well. Probably. I know some of you guys would get a kick out of that, but it's not my bag. Russell Crowe impersonator? Sometimes. Sometimes I'm fat Russell Crowe, sometimes I'm skinny Russell Crowe. Kind of depends on the month. LSD boofing school for the criminally enlightened. What's the male equivalent of a mistress? I don't know. But I obviously watched The Sopranos. I didn't watch it when it was first out. I watched it like decades later. Like 10 to 20 years after The Sopranos was popular. I watched The Sopranos. And they're always talking about their gumas, you know? They're side ladies, they're mistresses. It's like commonly culturally accepted for Italian gangsters to have gumas, you know, mistresses. And yeah, if I could become like a rich lady's, I'd want her to be hot, obviously. But if there was like a 45-year-old rich lady who wanted a mister, and the husband like didn't care or something, yeah, I could be somebody's side piece for a healthy chunk of cash. That'd be fine. She could buy me Warhammer. You know how the mistresses always get like Lexuses and Mercedes and handbags and fancy dinners. I could get fancy dinners and Warhammer. Arthur says, should I line up something for Geopol? You could, but I think somebody yesterday suggested Sarcasmatron NATO. And I liked Sarcasmatron's last video essay that we checked out. So I wouldn't mind doing Sarcasmatron NATO. If you had something like very spicy that overwhelmed my desire for Sarcasmatron NATO, maybe I would do it Thursday. Or maybe I would bump the NATO video to Thursday. But I think I would, you know, I'm interested. I like Sarcasmatron. I like NATO as a topic. Yes. I honestly have no idea at this point. Okay. He made a video about Hassan, so I bet they don't like him. Yeah. Maybe it was like Kilo or J-Stock, or it was some lefty snarker that didn't like Conduit. But I mean, the snarkers don't like anybody, so who gives a shit, you know? I just thought it was interesting because I thought that Conduit routinely, I feels like, calls out people and criticizes people for what they are commonly criticized for, but then he evidences it through his videos, so the arguments feel more substantive. And so it didn't feel like the person who was criticizing Conduit was criticizing Conduit because they actually had substantial counter arguments to what was being presented. It was more like they just didn't like him because they felt like it was friendly fire. Like you're attacking somebody I like, therefore you're bad. Oh, as long as she buys me Warhammer, I'll join the pile. Connor, July 2026. Yeah, that's not very moral. Well. Okay, I got no objections for Sarcasmatron. He is big brain, good food. Okay, well, that'll be the afternoon. We'll for sure do some slop this morning, some right-wing slop this morning. If I feel the momentum dying off, then I'll just move into Geopol. And then if I feel the momentum dying off for Geopol after Sarcasmatron, then probably around 1:30 to 2 or so, I might wrap up and then do like an hour of the musical. And then if it's a 2-hour musical, I'm not doing the whole thing today. You guys know me. I fucking pause every 20 minutes or pause every 5 minutes and talk for 20 minutes. So there's no way I'm getting through a 2-hour musical in a single sitting unless I literally sit here and shut the fuck up. And I'm assuming Doobie wants me to actually like react to it. So the arrangement you're describing perfectly summed up in the last 3 minutes of the Kenny Hotz Vice documentary. That's interesting. Yeah. Maybe Pisco thinks I am you and he is just remembering me to tell him to shut the fuck up 14 times in a row and transferring it to you. Yeah, I still need to watch that. I know that you were very, very proud of pissing off Pisco and having a debate with him at the time. But I felt like there was a lot of content popping off at the time, so I just didn't have space for it. But I still need to watch it personally and see if it would be funny as kind of like a classic react. You know, here's Pisco crashing out against a community member. That could be fun. He's trying to be adopted by a 90-year-old rich WASP Republican donor woman and live in a cage with a diamond collar as a male mistress. I don't know. That sounds a little tough. That sounds tough. Liberal Latino says, hola, mi amigos. Hola. Que paso? Soy bien, ¿y tú? Wait, did I miss what musical? I don't fancy watching furries singing about cats today. No. Doobie wanted, he oiled. I think he did like $100 or he did $200. I forget what it was. But he wants me to watch a really critically acclaimed fan-made musical online about the Trojan War and Odyssey. And while I was extremely skeptical of being, you know, basically bribed into watching a musical, we did watch like a 10-minute segment. And the 10-minute segment was about Odysseus killing the infant Prince of Troy and his internal moral battle over killing the prince of like an infant. And it was man, like I was ready to just dismiss it and be like, this is just, You know, this is just doobie slop, you know? And then I was watching it and I was like, oh shit, this is actually like super fucked up and morally quite I don't know if nuanced is the right word, but like it's conflicted. It's quite morally conflicted because he's literally being told by the gods that if he does not kill this infant in the future, this Prince of Troy will like lay waste to Greece and kill his family. And of course, like, who are you to doubt the gods? But it's an infant, and it reminds him of his own child, and so he's having. At least, what's funny is in the actual Odyssey, apparently Odysseus was a dick, and he actually argued for the infanticide and made somebody else do it. Whereas in this more adapted for modern audiences, Odysseus actually has some moral conundrums about committing infanticide. And I preferred the modern adaptation over the previous story. Copperito says that'll be a dark watch, but I'm definitely here for it. Kill the baby. Okay. Well, you need to calm your tits a little bit. But anyways, if you guys are ready to psychically suffer, I'm ready to psychically suffer. I appreciate it. We did get a couple of donations, so let me thank the people who donated before we move into the segment. It is Tuesday, so I do get a fatter cut today. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I would like to thank Fellrunner, a community member who not only, like, he works here, dude. So this is like working at a business and then your employee, like let's say you're like an owner of like a bar and you work at the bar, but you have a bartender who also works there with you. Like you have a bar back, and then the bar back throws $20 in the tip jar. That's what Fellrunner just did. He works here and he donated. So thank you for the $20, bud. And then Vazraka, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. Thank you for being my favorite lurker. And thank you for not dipping out during all the drama and the shenanigans that we've been enduring for the past month. So, all right, let's do it. I'm going to pull this up. Now, I know Nux Taku is annoying as shit. So, we need to pace ourselves when we're exposing ourselves to Nux Taku because he's annoying as shit. But I was looking for Tectone Asmongold, and, you know, just because I want to milk the right-wing grifters. Excuse me, sorry. I want to milk the right-wing grifters. And, basically, don't worry, I'll give him a perma. Less than 50 viewers laugh my ass off. Well, number one, we've always been between 50 and 150. Number two, we lost 30 on average community members because I said jacking off to kids was bad. So if you're a potential viewer who thinks jacking off to kids is good, go fuck yourself. I would rather not have you as a part of my community. Anyways, there is this one. I found it. It's a Nux Taku video. He does have a wildly annoying voice, but I think he's covering something that I want to cover. And as a result, we will endure for a 20-minute Nux Taku segment. What I'll do as a backup to make sure that we get a full 2 hours is I'll pull up an Asmongold segment just for shits and gigs because they're stupid. And there's always something to shit talk. So let me find something to shit talk about Asmongold. Sure. Should we do? Oh no. All right, I'll do this one. Oh no. There's law enforcement things happening. I don't understand statistics. That's it's Asmongold, I don't understand statistics, the video. All right, and then I'll pull up Sarcasmatron. NATO. Sarcasmatron, NATO. Sorry it's taking me a second to set this up. Video. Oh, hold on. I would have been better off with the search function. All right, there we go. Is it shut up about NATO expansion? I don't know if whoever thought about or wanted us to watch this. I don't know if they specifically wanted me to watch Shut Up About NATO Expansion, but I 100% will watch Shut Up About NATO Expansion. That feels very reasonable to me. All right, let me check the audio, and then we'll get shit cracking. Ah, shit, I pulled it up on the wrong fucking one. That's okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry for the delay. I want to set up a beautiful viewing experience for my audience, okay? So let me set up a better viewing experience with properly balanced audio. I can't shut up about NATO expansion. True. Hold up. Ooh, Marketplace of Ideas released 10 hours ago. Ryan Mulally, Jebtan, Morley Loaded, SCOTUS, is MAGA dying? Weirdly enough, I wouldn't mind doing that, but not right now. I want to follow through with what I already planned on doing. So, sorry, what the fuck were we doing? We're doing Nux Taku. Cringe. That's what we were doing. Here we go. Here we go. All right. This guy is the biggest dick sucker. He is the biggest Trump dick sucker I have ever seen in my entire life. It is actually like absolute 80 IQ fucking slop.
They're coming out of the woodwork really mad.
Let me turn this down a little bit.
That it turns out Trump was right about all the things in regards to the...
Oh my God, it's going to be so bad. This is going to be beautifully horrible. Did you guys keep your fingers this past week? I did. So, sorry, just going over the July 4th weekend real quick. I know not everybody watches every day, so I just want to share again real quick, but I promise you I'll try to be brief. So Melissa and I broke up on Tuesday. We did have a conversation. She did say, hey, it's over. You got to move on. And I was like, all right, fuck it. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I did mourn my divorce, Melissa, some Marine Corps trauma, some police trauma, and I did just spend 3 days feeling sorry for myself. On Saturday, I went and hung out with friends. I drank, 4th of July, had a cheeseburger, ate a hot dog, talked shit, had a good time. They're two of my friends from high school. I've known them since high school, and we all joined the Marine Corps at separate times. And we've been friends for 20 years. And I know them very well. They know me very well. They've been through the ringer. They've done tough stuff. I've done tough stuff. So we got to commiserate about tough stuff. Now, unfortunately, that brought up an old drama between me and the wife. Not that my wife was there, but they're also friends with the wife, so they brought up an old drama. And so I called the wife, ex-wife, and we fought about that a little bit. But truth be told, I think it brought me some closure in reference to that like old, unhealed drama. And then, Sunday was okay. And then Monday, I was like, let's get back on the fucking horse. Like, I can't keep feeling sorry for myself forever. So we're still in like a healing space right now. Like I'm still coming out of my cage and I'm not doing just fine. But things are, kind of on the mend, I would say. Tomorrow night, like I said, I'm going out to a group dinner. Thursday, I'm going out with a friend for drinks. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I got my kids. So it's not going to be a bad week, So anyways, let me engage with chat just a little bit more and then we'll start the content. I highly recommend the one he just uploaded. I can send you the link. It was really good. Tash, what content? What creator are you talking about? Just out of curiosity. Tash. Just got here and fell as being the Grim Reaper. Well, there was just one person who was very rude. Copperino says, beautiful viewing experience. I demand right-wing slop. Okay. Don't worry. I got it for you. Rob Go Slow says beautiful viewing experience, so you're gonna hide your face. Ooh, okay, fuck you. Don't forget to like the video. True, like the video, share it with your friends, engage your chat, super chats. If you got a membership, so you got them a pair, so love you. Thank you for being here. Grassroots says yes, like the stream, or I'll put things that don't go into the vegetable drawer in your fridge. There, you forget about them, and then they spoil. That's a fair threat. It's not drama. It's your thing, Connor. That's actually just your life. Well, no, it was interpersonal hurt feelings from 5 years ago. So, oh, Asmongold. Okay. Interesting. Well, let me do the Nux Taku thing because I think this guy's like a huge grifting piece of shit. And then if we have some extra time, I'll do the Asmongold thing for sure. So let's do the intro. Let's get cracking. Thank you to Vazraka. Thank you to Fellrunner. Let's get cracking. Woo! Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. A Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And unfortunately, I am surrounded by grifting douchebags. So there's this gentleman named Nux Taku who is weirdly popular. He has 2 million subs, although this video didn't do as well as I thought it would. But still, this guy makes a decent living being a culture warrior political commentator, and he's grifting off of the Trump cult. So, just to give you a little bit of background lore, because I do think it's funny, this guy made his bones by basically finding messed up Japanese cartoon pornography, censoring it for his live stream audience, bringing on large creators onto his show, then reacting together to the degenerate cartoon pornography. And then he would also make the degenerate cartoon pornography available to his largely teenage audience. That's how this guy became a popular creator. And then within the past 2 years, 3 years, he realized that he could actually say, oh, I don't like that degenerate stuff anymore. I'm actually a conservative now. I support Donald Trump, and I hate the social justice warrior leftists. And so I'm just going to say whatever is good for me to cater to the Trump cult. So that's what you need to know before we get into this. This breakdown is going to be pause heavy because this guy says so much stupid shit so quickly. Let's go.
Now, all of the Trump backstabbers are coming out of the woodwork really mad that it turns out Trump was right about all the things in regards to the economy, Iran, all the things. But because of ego and demons, these people do not want to actually take the L. So we have to look at all the Trump backstabbers just crying, literally crying tears of gay about how sad they are that they were rammed in the ass by third world slopaganda, still trying to make believe that it's not fatal, that TDS is not a fatal disease. So this is what the Donald had to say.
Have you or so?
Okay. We got hit with so much bullshit so fast, it's almost impossible to keep track of. All right. The tariffs have fucked with inflation, and any working class, middle class person I know is feeling an extreme pinch as a result of the tariffs. Not only has every single consumer good gone up by between 10 and 30% in pricing, but we were just barely recovering from the COVID inflation when we got hit with another 10 to 30% increase in the cost of goods sold. Not only that, but the hardcore immigration crackdown, mixed with tariffs, have also boosted food prices. So effectively, while food prices were already 30%, 40% higher than they were during pre-COVID era, we are still getting hit with another 10% or 30%, increase in pricing. My parents, who are boomers, who make more than 6 figures, they themselves, despite being quite capable of affording groceries, are bitching about grocery prices because they've seen a 30% hit in the past 2 years. So this fucking multimillionaire well, I don't even know if he's a multimillionaire, but this 6-figure making online internet fucking dipshit jerking off the Trump cult is completely disconnected from the economic reality of middle class and working class Americans. So this guy's a total fucking asshole. Not only that, but in reference to the Iran war, I hate to accuse somebody of bad faith so quickly or basically geopolitical stupidity, but I'm pretty sure Nux Taku is like an Israeli citizen. And the only people in the entire world that I see cheering on the Iran war as a good deal are Israeli citizens or Zionists. And it's like, no offense, guys, but like, I want the state of Israel to exist just as much as the next guy. But I don't think that bombing fucking Iran, shutting down 20% of the world's oil supply, fucking up the international economy, I don't think that was worth it. And I don't think we achieved anything this year that we didn't achieve last year with the fucking limited bombing campaign against nuclear infrastructure. So if the Iranians actually were able to revolt and overthrow the Ayatollah, that would be fucking awesome. But 10,000, sorry, I'm still yapping, but 10,000 to 40,000 fucking Iranians who were protesting the fucking Ayatollah, they got fucking wiped out with medium machine gun fire. We were too little too late. Trump bungled this. And if you don't know that Trump bungled this, you're an absolute fucking dipshit. Oh. Anyways. Sorry, but that was a lot of stupidity very fast. I've already pre-watched like the first 5 minutes of this. So I'm going to play the next 30 seconds so you can get the vibe. But then it's a series of celebrities using AI slop videos saying, oh, I had TDS and Dr. Trump treated it. I'm going to fast forward that because it's gay, cringe, and lame. So no offense to my gays. You are substantially cooler than Nux Taku. 1 second.
Someone you know been diagnosed with TDS?
I do
The
know
symptoms
someone
can
like
be
that.
relentless.
Okay.
Fortunately, I'm Dr. Trump, and I have a
thank
treatment
God.
plan. Let's
Thank
hear what
God.
some of my patients have to say.
Okay.
I have been suffering for over a decade.
Oh,
Believe that
wow.
it wasn't these people.
Dude. Who's your thing about you hate Trump? Your view. Sense.
Feel anxious? Just have a Diet Coke like me, and you're
That's
going to see a
my guy.
remarkable difference in your life.
Look at. Thank you, Dr. Trump. You're so real for that. Now, anyway, Dr. Trump's largest nemesis. Well, we all know that the left is like evil, satanic, cannibal retards, right? We all know that. We all know that if you're a leftist, you support rape, right? That's the leftist policy. They're like, we want to rape you. And eat you. That's leftist policy these days. If you disagree, then you're probably just not aware. Anyway, so we have to look at the right-wing people that betray Trump. Every single one of them is literally getting destroyed on the timeline. It's insane to see. It's almost like Trump was right about all the things. He was right about the war. He was right about stopping Iran's nukes. He was right that the economy hasn't gone to shit. And the only thing I really want Trump to do is go 1,000 times harder doing exactly what he's doing. I want him to drop, 1,000 times the amount of bombs on the Ayatollahs. I want him to deport 1,000 times the amount of people from America. Man, I just want Trump to do everything he's doing. Just turn the fucking dial up to infinity. That's what I want. Just 1,000,000 times harder than he's going. I want Trump to be the fascist that the left thinks he is. God damn.
I hate this guy with every fiber of my fucking being. Okay. So, this is unfortunately the kind of grift that appeals to the lower levels. The lower levels of the most dipshit of right-wing sycophants. Okay? Oh, actually, I like what Trump's doing. My only problem is he isn't doing it hard enough. I wish he would violate the 4th Amendment of the United States harder. I wish he would violate the 14th Amendment of the United States harder. I wish he would defy the courts. I wish he was the fascist that they say he is. Fuck you. Okay? And the reason why I'm saying fuck you, and I hope that my Lockheed liberals and my conservatarians can agree with me here, is what made the United States good, in my opinion, is our republic. You know, we started as a democratic republic, overthrowing the shackles of monarchy. In the late 18th, early 19th century, we went from the Articles of Confederation to the Bill of Rights. We established that Americans had these freedoms that we believed were, given to us by our creator, and that we should pursue life as free people. And then, throughout the 19th and 20th century, maybe we did a little bit of Native American genocide, maybe we did a little bit of imperialism, maybe we did a little bit of colonialism, but within the borders of the United States itself, especially after the destruction of slavery, we have been trying to execute the Bill of Rights to an increasing degree, increasing the freedom, economic prosperity, and social prosperity of Americans for decades, if not centuries. And of course, there's tons of flaws there. You want to bring up any of the flaws, I probably will not criticize you bringing up the flaws in American history. However, that's what made us great. It wasn't dick-sucking some right-wing dictator. It wasn't blowing up brown people. It wasn't throwing the rule book out, throwing the rule book out and just doing whatever the fuck we wanted whenever we wanted. That's not what made us great, okay? What made us great was having this book of rules that we were trying to execute better and better each day. And if you don't believe in that, I have no fucking idea why you would ever label yourself a Republican. Because you're not a Republican, okay? A Republican believes in the rule of law, they believe in due process, and they believe in representative democracy. If you don't believe in representative democracy, rule of law, and due process, you're something fucking else. You're basically a right-wing dick sucker. You're basically like a monarchist who survived the past 500 years of sliding into republicanism. So, if you want to be a right-wing dictator, dick sucker, fucking loser, that's fine. Just don't call yourself a Republican, because it pisses me the fuck off, and then I want to throat chop you. Anyways.
Anyway, Tucker Carlson does this gigantic video about, it's either Israel or Israel somehow again. The war in Ukraine is very close to exploding in Europe. Man, I'm really glad that he got to talk to Victor Bout. All right, this is pretty awesome. Now, there is a person, a Fox News host, that I wanted to hear what he has to say about Victor Bout.
In exchange for Griner, the administration handed over an arms dealer called Victor Bout. Now, Bout is an indisputably serious criminal. He sold weapons to terror groups that killed Americans.
Oh,
We're
really?
not overstating that.
Wow.
Here's a summary.
Victor Bout, in my eyes, is one of the most dangerous men on the face of the earth.
On the face of the earth.
Without a doubt.
Mike Braun,
And now you did a podcast with him talking about how Americans suck. Wow.
former chief of operations for the
And this is why I actually fucking, I hate this like, I wish I could do this level of fucking sloppy commentary and get these kind of fucking metrics, 62,000 in 3 days. Not the greatest thing with a 2 million sub channel, but at the same time, you do this every day, 60,000, 100,000, 150,000. You do this every single day, you're going to be making a pretty penny. So, while this is absolute slop commentary, I am embarrassed that this is what does well in the YouTube algorithm. So, Victor Bout, notorious Russian arms trafficker known as the Merchant of Death. Weirdly enough, I don't know if Lord of War was partially based on his exploits, but regardless, you should go watch Lord of War. It's a Nicolas Cage film from the early thousands about international black market arms dealing, and it's actually very interesting. So, he supplied weapons to a wide range of warlords, rebel groups, and rogue states, including the Iranian-backed Houthi militant group in Yemen. He sold to the Houthis, Charles Taylor, the former Liberian president and convicted war criminal, UNITA, a rebel group in Angola, the RUF, a rebel faction in Sierra Leone, and the only reason why I know about the RUF is because they were featured in the science fiction film Predators, where the African mercenary who is dropped off on a predator planet and is basically hunted. I think his name was Mombasa. Mombasa was RUF, and they were known as a death squad from Sierra Leone. And various groups in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, he also engaged in arming factions of the DRC. So hold up. Yeah, and you're saying it literally was, Lord of War was partially based on Victor Bout. I'm not surprised, especially with Charles Taylor, because in the Lord of War movie, they sell weapons to Liberia, and that's like a major plot point. So anyways, the reason why this commentary fucking sucks is because I do resent Tucker Carlson, but I also understand Tucker Carlson. What Tucker Carlson believes, at least what he claims to believe, is that he believes in a multipolar world. I'm going to bring up Google Maps real quick, even if I'm being pedantic, because I do want people to... Russia maps. So, what Tucker Carlson allegedly believes, or at least what he's being paid to believe, is that the United States of America is overstepping its role as a sovereign power by projecting liberal democracy and degeneracy and MTV and sex and drugs and our style of mixed economy capitalism onto the rest of the world. We are doing too much. And not only are we doing too much, but we are inviting backlash by doing too much. So when we use death squads in Central and South America in order to wipe out communists, that's too much. If you want to trade with them economically, trade with them economically, but you should not be trying to overthrow their governments and or kill people with asymmetric warfare. When we're doing like AIDS programs in Africa, that's too much. The Africans need to figure out their own fucking business. You know, even if hundreds of thousands or millions of people die as a result of us not helping them, who gives a shit? It's their fucking job, right? And then he also believes that there are great powers in Eurasia that should have sphere of influence power, and we are fucking it up by poking our fucking fingers into their eyes, okay? So Russia used to control Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Poland, Ukraine, and other parts of Eastern Europe. And they have like a geopolitical reason to do so because they want, historically, a buffer between them and Western European powers. And even if we wanted to have a status quo, even if we wanted like a military political détente, that's not our job. That's the Europeans' job. It's their job to secure Western Europe. It's their job to build up their military. It's their job to build an independent economy that is not reliant on Russia, that then allows them to stick their finger in the Russian eye if it ever comes down to conflict. I could keep going, but I think you get the point that also when it comes to China with Taiwan, Hong Kong, their sphere of influence in Southeast Asia, he's still going to think that we're doing too much. So, a Russian nationalist arms dealer who dealt weapons to people who were fighting the American empire, while Tucker Carlson, I believe, would never say that he wants American servicemen to die, he actually agrees more with the Russian nationalist arms dealer about the state of geopolitics. The United States is doing too much. I'm not saying this, he's saying this. The United States is doing too much. We are a commercial and military empire. We're pissing off the entire planet, and then they fucking fight us, and we wonder why they fight us. I, on the other hand, am a relative American imperialist. I think mixed economy capitalism is not a local good. I think it's a universal good. I think it's better than socialism and communism. I don't think republicanism is a local good. I think it's a universal good. I think republicanism, representative democracy, has proven itself excuse me, despite its many flaws, to be a substantially better system than monarchy, right-wing dictatorship, kleptocracy, oligarchy, fascism, communism, socialism. Consistently, mixed economy capitalism and fucking republicanism have proven themselves to be the superior system. And so exporting these systems through soft power and hard power, all it does is increase our trading partners. So anyways, I'm sorry for going on a 5-minute rant about geopolitical positioning, economic and political systems, and balance of power. But in my opinion, we live in a worse world because Nux Taku can just go, Trump good, all his critics bad, and then the fucking internet goes, oh, and they fucking wrap their proverbial metaphorical mouths around his tiny dick and balls. I think the world is a worse place for Nux Taku being a successful political commentator. Culture war and political commentator. Shapingro! Thank you for the renewed 9 months. The old man, the boat. Shapingro also gifted a membership. Thank you, King. Quick reminder, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage your chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I am not sharing with, who is it? I'm not sharing with Valor Media Network today, so any donations you do today are only shared between me and Google. Let's go.
The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration told us boot first exploded on the scene in war-torn West Africa in the late 1980s. Elevating bloody conflicts
Wow,
from
this seems
machetes
like a bad
and
guy.
single-shot rifles to...
AK-47s, not by the thousands, but by the tens of thousands.
So he weaponizes civil war in Africa.
He transformed these young adolescent warriors into insidious, mindless, maniacally driven killing machines that operated with assembly line.
And then you see Tucker Carlson putting his hand over his heart. Oh, the poor Hamas terrorists that started a war and lost miserably. Oh. Anyway, we have to hear about.
Hey guys, I gotta go pay for a hot water heater. So, I guess keep watching without me and enjoy the brain damage. I'll be right back.
About what Victor Boot has to say.
Efficiencies.
The U.S. has indicted him on 4 terror-related charges, including conspiracy to kill Americans. What makes him a threat to the United States?
He's a shadow facilitator. He's arming not only designated terrorist groups, insurgent groups, but he's also arming very powerful drug trafficking cartels around the globe.
So that's the guy that Joe Biden just sprung from prison.
So that's the guy that Tucker Carlson just literally did an entire propaganda show with without any pushback.
International arms dealer who's arming terror groups and drug cartels. Now, keep in mind, the same administration that did that is simultaneously calling for the arrest and imprisonment of American citizens who have handgun magazines that hold more than 10 rounds.
Wow, I can't believe that the Biden administration would talk to this guy. Get ready! He's going to talk about Israel!
Is for that. And we're seeing that, Ukrainians started since get-go sell these armaments, which is the West supplying them on the black market.
Is actually Israel bad, and so is Ukraine, and Russia pretty good. I especially like when the Russians convert to Islam, we get all of the good things at the same time. They blow themselves up, but for Allah, they get to have sex with virgins. You like virgins, Tucker Carlson? We got you virgins. You continue propagandizing, we got you as many virgins as you like. Anyway, so Tucker Carlson was obliterated in every possible way. So one of the biggest Tucker Carlson claims was that Israel attempted to assassinate the president of the United States. And Trump was so scared that he shut down the investigation into the assassination attempt on himself. And he said that Dan Bongino told him that was what happened.
Know that Trump shut down the investigation into Butler. That is a fact, called Dan Bongino. And ultimately, after a long series of text exchanges, which I still have, and phone conversations, he said, look, take it up with Trump. He's the one who shut down the investigation.
Making an allegation, claiming to have evidence in text, which I'll now show you, my texts, because I have them too. I think he forgot that. And I'm going to show you how the secret information he claims to have, I'm going to make public. So now it's not secret. So I have the receipts. He has not yet displayed these. I will, because I'll show you how what he's telling you in this clip, that there's some investigation into Butler that's been shut down. I'm going to bring the receipts to show you all of this is fake. Tucker fans or anyone else. Do you see anything in this text he claims to have that says the president shut down the investigation? He's just making this up.
So I say this, and he releases like 4 out of, I don't know, 3 dozen text messages from me to prove that's not true. Well, it is true. And
okay, so he's going to show the text.
I'm not going to respond by releasing all the text messages because I don't want to release private text messages. I could.
No, I don't want to release the evidence. I have all this evidence. Former chief of the FBI said it was a lie, proved it, and he's like, well, I have more that I'm not going to show you.
Good. But I don't want to go there. I don't like this whole world where like we text each other and then we post screen.
I don't like this whole world where we make crazy retarded claims and actually need evidence for those claims. I prefer when you don't need evidence.
Shots, like I don't want to participate in that.
Yeah, so he doesn't.
He's just making this up.
Know that.
Yeah, we all know that
Trump
that's
shut down
exactly
the-
what happened, by the way. All right, none of this is true. He just lies. And you look through his shows, he does not have any evidence for any of the things that he says in any of his shows. It's the craziest thing ever. He just says things. Now, Owen Schroyer, he's another one. He was fired by Alex Jones. He's off doing his own thing. He's another one of those Trump backstabbers. He was actually January 6th political prisoner who Trump pardoned, by the way, based Trump. And then Schroyer comes out and he decides to, Trump is bad and he's controlled by the Jews and stuff like that. Dude, if you want to know about Trump derangement syndrome, look at this guy. He looked like this before Trump derangement syndrome, and this is him now, bro. Dude, TDS is terminal, brother.
Okay. I'm sorry for missing any brain damage that I missed and forcing you guys to suffer the brain damage alone. But, I like to think that I gave you a little bit of good geopolitical analysis before I dipped out. I did just replace, just sharing some more personal stuff, even though it's not emotionally personal. It's just personal logistical shit. I got put onto expensive, shitty homeowners insurance about a year ago. And basically, I didn't have the paperwork in order to get back onto a better carrier at a lower price. And so I did the inspection. You're supposed to do a 4-point inspection in order to get better homeowners insurance. That way they can say, oh, yeah, everything's updated, everything's fine. And then my water heater was 24 years old. There was nothing wrong with it. It wasn't leaking. It wasn't rusting. There was no problems with it. But basically, obviously, a 20-year-old water heater is a liability for a burst. And so they said in order to save like $1,000 a year on homeowners insurance, I need to install a $1,700 water heater, and then I can reapply for the insurance and then get it done. So I took a hit financially for the water heater, but it is what it is. It needs to get done. It'll save me $1,000 a year. Also, apparently, like with the efficiency, the energy is going to be better. So hopefully my electric bill gets a little bit better. And so hopefully what will happen, and I'm sorry I'm still yapping about fucking house logistics, but it has been a pain in the ass. Just got the water heater installed. Update the 4-point inspection. Get that to the insurance agent. Shop the insurance. Reduce my insurance by $1,000 a year. Get my wife off of the homeowner's insurance, and then if I have the divorce decree, the updated homeowner's insurance, and then if I get something called a quitclaim deed from my wife's lawyer, at that point, she is removed from the financial ties to the house. She gets a payout of equity from the house, and then we're done. Like, basically, I am my own sovereign, individual, financial entity in reference to this property. And that will be fucking huge. So, sorry for explaining boring life logistics, but it is important to me. Grassroots says, wouldn't want to damage the journalistic integrity of Tucker Carlson. Dude, yeah, Tucker Carlson is such a fucking hack, man. Like, weirdly enough, I love P.F. Young. I really do like P.F. Young. I think he's a good guy. I think he's trying to figure out reality, et cetera, et cetera. Him thinking that Tucker Carlson is like a good, earnest, objective reporter of the world and the way that he sees it actually like reduced my estimation of P.F. Young a little bit. Because even if you like what he says, do you not just get the fucking vibe that he says whatever the fuck he wants to say in order to appeal to the fucking dissident right? That's the fucking vibe I get. I truly get the vibe that Tucker Carlson says whatever needs to be said in order to be popular with, like, the disaffected right, I suppose is the best way to phrase it. So, Shapingro says 24 years is good for a water heater. I know. I'm very proud of that water heater. Shapingro says, what are you going to do with another tank version? Or are you going to go to switch over to the to on-demand hot water? Yeah, we still went with a tank, but it's a modern one. It's still like a 40-gallon. But this guy was saying that the insulation is, because the unit is substantially taller, he was saying that with the insulation, we should, basically have better efficiency, better energy consumption. And then, you know, water heaters do typically last around 20 years, so I don't have to worry about this until I'm 58. So that's cool. Does it have Bluetooth? No. Kazra says, do you think Ukraine's latest progress in related to regime getting destroyed almost all helps to Russia and Lebanon and Iraqi mercenaries are gone? Yeah. So that's another thing. Sorry, you're inspiring another geopolitical rant. Russia's on the fucking back foot, dude. I don't know why you would be simping for fucking Russia right now. We have all these, like, they feel like paid Russian sycophants in the Western world who are like, Ukraine's on its last legs. They're about to collapse, blah, blah, fucking blah. But their sourcing is all like Russian state media. And then if you look at what's happened allegedly over the course of the past month, is the Ukrainians have engaged in so much intermediate drone warfare in the Kherson region north of Crimea that the Russian civilians are fleeing Crimea. Do you flee when you're on the verge of victory? To quote General Tarkin or whatever, do you retreat on the cusp of victory? You know, that feels a little counterintuitive to me for Russians to be fleeing Crimea when they're on the cusp of victory. You know? Feels a little copy to me. Yeah. Anyways, let's continue with the psychic suffering. This guy, I think, is Owen Schroyer. So Owen Schroyer is a guy who debated Destiny. I think he's a Prison Planet Alex Jones guy. And then, I mean, I don't think he necessarily... He looks substantially dumber here, but it's because he has a shit haircut and a lame mustache. So I don't think it has to do with his politics that he looks like shit. Grassroots Retense is talking about replacing water heaters is the most grill hottest thing imaginable, along with bitching about back pain. Okay. Good. I'm happy I am spiritually fulfilling the aura of the channel. I'm happy I'm doing that today.
It will kill you. TDS will kill you. That's right, baby. How did this happen? How did it... Bro, metrosexual Joker out here. Oh, bro, holy shit, I'm holy. I don't even want to hear what he has to say, to be honest. I just saw this. I didn't even watch the clip. It's just, I know that nothing that he says is going to be as interesting as whatever the fuck is going on over here.
So once again, we see the new MAGA coalition.
Oh, shitting on Trump. My guy, we have communists winning elections everywhere in the United States because the right is too busy playing Who's the Jew. All right, what are we doing, my guy? Holy...
Oh, more dog shit analysis. I'm sorry we didn't make it further. Socialists are not winning all over. They won like 4 seats in New York in, I think, the state assembly. So, no. Socialists and communists are not winning all over the United States. I will say I am anxious about the popularity of left-wing economic populism, but I think that has to do with, I don't know, the economy being turbo-fucked for the past decade. Just a thought.
Look at this dude! Look at this dude! The new MAGA is going great. Like, I didn't even watch this before. I just knew this was going to happen. Holy shit. This is the craziest glow down I've ever seen in my entire life. Bro, the comments were literally eating him alive. Literally, dude, I can't stop laughing at the hair. Holy shit. He broke you guys. Love the new look. Thanks, bro. Yeah, holy copa moly. Going over. What's going on here? Oh my god, bro. New look goes hard AF. He responds. Of course he responds. It's just insane. Bro, they literally killed this man. They killed him. All right, let's see the quote tweet. All right, how do we view post activity? Let's see what people are
in Congress. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. What did she win? Democratic primary election for New York's 13th. Oh, shit. It is the House of Representatives. My bad. I thought she was a state rep. What Democratic socialists won their elections recently? From New York to Colorado. Sorry, can I actually read this real quick? Because I do want to be better informed on this topic. The June primary election saw several Democratic socialists and leftist populist candidates win sweeping victories in the Democratic primaries and created a shakeup across the political spectrum in the U.S. The epicenter of the victory was in New York City with the election of 9 out of 10 DSA candidates. They had been endorsed by the new popular Democratic Socialist mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani. The result confirms that the election of Mamdani, a self-described Democratic Socialist and member of DSA last November, was not an accident but reflects a deep, going process of political developments that have the potential to change the political map for the U.S. Several of the pro-capitalist media had speculated that Mamdani's electoral victory and historic upset against the Democratic Party conservative political machine was due to his charm and all would soon be under control. Mamdani ran an impressive grassroots campaign mobilizing almost 100,000 volunteers. I wanted to see how many of these are state reps versus how many of these were Congress folk. How many DSA congressmen or women are there? There are currently 2 members of the U.S. Congress affiliated with the DSA, AOC and Rashida Tlaib. Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush lost their primaries and left office. And then I guess Daria Leitza is a new DSA. And then Plattner was going to be like one of the first economic populist senators from Maine, but he has like a rape allegation that is fucking up his shit. So, I don't know. Does anybody have better info than I am currently pulling up on how many DSA members are actually going to be members of Congress and or senators? Let me know.
They're saying. What? Oh my God. It's all this. Stop. Kathy Griffin is looking rough these days. Oh my God. He went to Agartha. Turns on Trump, becomes this. Holy shit. This is what a Roger.
Send Patriarch, happy 30th birthday. Let me know if you want me to sing for you.
From American Dad disguised to look like in real life, auditioning for the next Joker. Bro, they're killing him. They're killing him, man.
Somebody said it's only primaries. I know, but I think with the primaries, some of these are like Democrat plus 10, Democrat plus 20 districts. So the chances of them losing to a Republican are very, 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 very low. So, like Daria Leitza, I don't think anybody thinks that Daria Leitza is going to be defeated in the general. With Graham Plattner is trying to take out Susan Collins, but everyone that I've seen is screaming abandon ship because they want him to drop out in the next 6 days so they can swap out. They can swap out for a Democrat. No singing. Okay.
They're killing him! Oh my God, bro. In a civilized society, no one would feel comfortable showing their face in public. Look, holy shit, bro. It's bad. Dude, Trump derangement syndrome is like, it's actually just, it's fatal. It's fatal. There is a zero, it's actually just terminal. Oh my God. Now, meanwhile, you got the woke right, as they call them. I don't even like the term woke right. I think the term sucks. But the retards, like the Trump derangement syndrome, Israel derangement syndrome retards that thinks that Israel is controlling Trump to, I guess, stop Israel from killing terrorists or whatever they're saying. Israeli soldiers have been swatted in a hotel in Caracas in Venezuela. This would be the first Israeli president to Venezuela since Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez kicked all the Israeli diplomats from Venezuela in 2009 because of his war on Gaza. Oh my God, there are Israelis in Venezuela? Wow, Israel, the reason why the United States, this is like a popular conspiracy theory, the reason why the United States liberated Venezuela from the communist overlord is so that Israel could have a foothold. And I know everyone's like, holy shit, they were all right. Except the...
Yeah, the pin the tail on the Jew thing is weirdly enough something that I'm going to agree with Nux Taku. Okay. Israel punches way above its weight class. This is descriptively true. They are still a geopolitical entity that should be treated as a geopolitical entity with the same level of analysis as we treat any other country. If you want to give them some kind of like special historical deference as God's chosen people, like I sometimes do, that's totally fine. But at the end of the day, as far as I know, they are still human beings and should be considered with the same level of like geopolitical and humanitarian consideration as any other nation state on the planet. Now, Shapingro for 2 says, happy birthday, Sen. And Doobie for 10 says, Abdul Al-Said is heavily supported by the DSA. Looks like he's favored to win a Senate seat. Okay, wait, so we have... we have Graham Plattner, although he's probably going to drop out, but he won his primary nomination with an economic populist message. So if he did win, he would be an economic populist DSA-style Democrat. But, you know, he's probably going to drop out. Abdul Al-Said, you're saying, is going for federal Senate and is going to win. And then they said, what it was, like 9 people won in New York, but I don't know what the split is between state level and federal level. That's kind of what I was asking. So, Nameless for 10 says, this is for Sen for his birthday. It better get to him. Okay, well, if Sen Patriarch, if you want to send me your PayPal, I could send you about $12 right now. We could help you buy a cookie cake from your local grocery store. Also, I'll take this opportunity to sing for you real quick, because actually, I like singing happy birthday, and I've done it in the past. So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sen Patriarch. Happy birthday to you. Many more. The idea that God chooses some of his creation over other members of his creation based on genetics is absolutely disgusting. Sure. Grassroots. Money to sing for my wall husband, impending twink death, but instead of happy birthday, do Knock Knock by Mac Miller. Unfortunately, I'm unfamiliar with Knock Knock by Mac Miller, so maybe I'll play that during the, if you want me to play that for your wall husband during the intermission, we can do that.
These are literally Israeli paramedics and troops sent to help people because of the terrible earthquake that killed like 4,000 people. So these are literally people. Did something happen recently that shook things up? You know, it's pretty insane. These guys are literally there to volunteer rescuing people that are under rubble from a terrible earthquake. And these guys are like, the Jews. The Jews. Bro, these people are actually just retarded. Now, again, one of the major grifts going on is the fact that the people that are going out there and doing the whole the Jews control all the things, you know, all those guys, and this is absolutely wild. All right, and I think it's incredible. The reason why so many of them are allying with Muslims is because they just don't like Jews, and they're willing to let in a bajillion Muslims into their countries just to own the Jews. It's the craziest twist ever. Oy vey, can you use a new cash infusion in your life? The answer is obviously yes. Don't be a brokey. Download Cash Kick right now. Link is in the description if you want to literally earn money by playing games. Sitting on the toilet,
Okay, I let that commercial play because I thought it was quite funny to literally be talking about grifting anti-Semitism and then to transition immediately into a commercial about how to make money. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see how anti-Semitic the commercial was going to get, okay? Okay. Anyways,
Muslims, they're a huge community too, and let's just
very
not
loyal.
Yeah, and not only that, but they're extremely numerous online.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's wrong to say that, like, if you're shitting on Israel, you're getting a huge engagement boost from the Muslim world, not just nationally, not here, but internationally too.
They've been Jew-pilled forever.
Yeah, so you know,
Jew-pilled means they want to kill all the Jews because their book says they should. Jew-pilled.
So if you are in 24 and 25 criticizing Israel, and I was very conscious and cognizant of this. I remember saying things in a certain way that would appeal to liberals and appeal to Muslims. Because then they boost the content. And it's like, look, if what we're doing is like a prison break, it literally doesn't matter as long as the content's getting out there.
I don't know how he's comfortable admitting this. He's like, yeah, I know these guys are like inbred, low IQ retards that I don't want in our country at all, and they fucking hate our country and way of life and want to kill us. But I'm literally going to appeal to these guys because at least they hate the Jews. And it's like, this is the craziest admission I've ever seen in my life. And again, I saw this one too. I was shocked by this one, to be honest.
We are Christians. This is a Christian civilization.
Agreed.
This is Western civilization.
Yeah.
I'll even tolerate some of the veneration of the European gods.
What? What? Huh? Bro, literally commandment 1 and 2. Hello? Hello? It's like, bro, I don't mind if you worship Zeus as long as you hate the Jews. Are you serious? What are we doing, guys? Literally.
I'm confused. Isn't Nux Taku Jewish? Where does Nux Taku live? Lives in Montreal, Canada. But he is a dual citizen of both Canada and the United States. Okay. Is Nux Taku Israeli? No, Nux Taku is not Israeli. He is Canadian-American. Okay. However, he is of Jewish descent. His family... He has family living in Israel and considers himself a Zionist. Okay, I got it. All right, okay. He's an American-Canadian dual citizen with Israeli family. Okay. All right, just checking. Just checking.
Literally, what are we doing?
Not in a serious religious way, but when Spengler talks about Apollonian civilization and we talk about some of our roots in Greek philosophy and Greek mythology.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Greek philosophy, but it's like when you pray to Poseidon, you're a fucking you're a retard that needs to. Look, I don't want to call for any violence here or anything. I don't want to call for any violence here, but God in the Bible says you get the death penalty for worshiping false gods. That's what God says. Like, what are we doing, guys? What is happening now? Candace Owens also, you know, she stabs Trump in the back, and now she's on her entire retard path. So this is her talking about the goyim. Her favorite new word, goy.
So long as you
Because they say it means nation.
Yeah, goy in Hebrew means nation.
It does not.
All right, Doobie for 10 says, this is for Send Patriarch's birthday fund, but it's also a request to play a song that reminds me of him at some point if you're down. Sure. During intermission, if Grassroots Hegemon has a song that, and by intermission, I mean like when we're jumping from 2-hour segment to 2-hour segment, if you and Grassroots have songs that you want to play for Send Patriarch, we will do so during intermission.
Not me, nation.
But Candace Owens knows better. You see, it takes a 65 IQ inbred black woman to explain to you exactly what Hebrew words mean.
Rock. It means nation.
No,
really?
It means cattle. It means
cattle.
So they're yeah. Yeah, they're Talmudic teaching.
I've never heard anybody call a fucking nation a goy.
Mm-hmm.
Have you?
No.
Well, how many Jews that speak Hebrew are you friends with?
No, that's completely made up.
Completely made up. The confidence! Nothing like a confident black woman to lie to your face in front of millions of people.
Is not even something. I'm surprised that's a new updated thing they're trying to lie about.
They're updating and lying again, bro. It's just the Jews subverting you into thinking that goy.
They try to constantly bury history, even from 5 weeks ago.
Wow, those Jews, those slimy Jews. I probably shouldn't say this. Yeah, but that was sarcasm, obviously. Now, the funny thing is, you know, before we even show you this next thing that she said, which I think is even worse than the goy thing. The goy thing, I think, is just retarded. So,
well, hold up. So, I've heard it. Goy definition in Hebrew. In Hebrew, goy literally translates to nation or people. While it originally refers to any nation, including the people of Israel, it evolved over time in common Jewish vernacular in Yiddish to refer specifically to someone who is not Jewish, a Gentile. Okay. I mean, isn't it kind of like the N-word? Doesn't context matter? If you have somebody, you know, saying, you fucking goy slave, you know, like what, and they were using it in a derogatory way, couldn't we object to that as Gentiles? But then if they were saying like, no, I just I refer to you as a goy because I'm just referring to you as like a non-Jew, but I'm trying to be descriptive. I'm not trying to be derogatory. Couldn't we go with that? I don't know, chat. Can you I know I got some Jews and Zionist sympathizers in my chat. Me considering myself a Zionist sympathizer myself, I'm actually gonna do a poll real quick just to get a temperature read. Do you believe that the term goy or goyim is derogatory? I'm actually curious to see what the Jews and non-Jews in chat think, because I'm curious. I'm curious. I don't know how people use it in the modern vernacular.
Again, this is a Christian man who wanted to respond to the fact that she is saying that goy means cattle.
It does not mean nation.
She'll ask Rock. It means nation,
no,
really?
it means cattle.
Wait, so when God told Abraham that he will make of him a goy gadol, he was saying that he will make of Abraham a great cattle?
Yeah.
I've never heard anybody call a fucking nation a goy.
No, that's completely made up, and that
Candace never surprises us with saying dumb things again and again.
not even some. I'm surprised that's a new updated thing they're trying to lie about, but they try to constantly bury history even from 5 weeks ago.
Goy has meant nation forever. This is not a new
Literally.
update. In fact, the oldest translations of this...
I mean, in fact, you even have it. It's in a ton of different places. Even in Genesis, there's Rebecca was pregnant with Jacob and Esau, and an angel tells her that you have 2 goyim nations in your stomach. It's like, bro.
This of goy into nation is not from just a few decades ago. It goes back to the Septuagint, to the Greek translation of the Bible from before Christ. It is also found in the Latin Vulgate, which Candace Owens is supposed to follow, because she's a Catholic, or a pseudo-Catholic, let's say. In the Septuagint, goy and goyim, singular and plural, are translated into ethnos and ethne.
That sounds like cattle to me.
Nation and nations. Whereas in the Latin Vulgate, it is translated into gent and gentes, or natio and nationes. Why does Candace Owens...
Get and gente, what would that be? That would be gents. So that would be people, and natio and natios would be nation. Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with it literally being a direct translation for nations, but over time being used in common parlance to refer to non-Jews, people from other nations. And then, basically it had a derogatory or has a derogatory context, but people don't use it a lot. I'm fine with that. Old School for 2 says, you were looking for money opportunities, sell out to Israel. So here's my problem. Okay, here's my problem. Israel map. If I could, okay, if I could, I would say that we should do this thing where the West Bank, unfortunately what Bibi Netanyahu calls Judea and Samaria, I would literally freeze that border and then prohibit additional settlements being built in that area. You want to go like rent in that area as a Jew? And there's a Muslim landlord or a Muslim property owner who is willing to sell you their existing house and or rent their existing house. Fucking who gives a shit, right? But you're not allowed to fucking walk in with a bulldozer, slam down a fucking settlement, and then rebuild your own community on top of that settlement, right? And then between Gaza, I would rebuild Gaza. I would create a superhighway between the West Bank and Gaza. And then I would just have that be the new state of Palestine. And then, if the Israelis are comfortable retreating from the Litani River and going back to the original borders, then that's fine. But I think that like expelling 600,000 people for ethno-religious reasons because their ethno-religious background might be sympathetic to might be sympathetic to Lebanese Hezbollah insurgents. I think that's bad. I think that's bad, right? And so I would try to freeze what we have right now and do a two-state solution. Now, unfortunately, I think, I could be proven wrong, but based off of the momentum of armed conflict in the region and the way that all the state actors have acted, it feels to me like the Gazans are going to be left to kind of just live in rubble for the next decade or two until a substantial amount of people just fucking dip out. They're like, fuck this. I'm tired of living in a tent. I'm tired of shitting in the ocean. I'm tired of drinking water that makes me sick. I'm tired of fucking my rations being, fucking international rice portions. I want to go do something else. So they emigrate out, and then Israel takes it over. And then same thing with West Bank of Judea and Samaria. If I had to guess, it's going to be like a slow but sure ethno-religious displacement in the West Bank as well. So it dollars to donuts. If you ask me, hey, make a bet by the year 2100, basically the West Bank will be subsumed into Israel and Gaza will be subsumed into Israel. So I hate to say it, but I would make like $100 bet that is going to be the case. And I think it's not very cash money.
Who doesn't know anything at all in the world presume to speak about things.
Bro!
Going by that logic also...
Bro, we're letting black women speak now, bro? What are we doing?
If goy means cattle, then that means that Christ himself was referring to non-Jews as cattle. Do you really want to do that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm starting to think that Candace Owens is retarded. Now, again, it's like, bro, you got these people on Twitter. Hey, Grok, is the Jewish term goyim used by Jews as a slur to dehumanize non-Jews? And Grok's like, no, goyim, it means goy. It means little nations. Like, bro, it's so sad. It's so sad. Now, the funniest part is Candace Owens, in my opinion, said something even more retarded after that. All right, everyone was talking about the goyim thing because she's just actually retarded. But this is objectively dumber.
I mean, I don't know. Do you give CPR to somebody who's been shot in the fucking neck?
Well, if you don't keep someone's heart going, it doesn't matter, right?
Right. So her argument is that.
I know Sean Ryan knows that's stupid as shit. Okay. So I'm pretty sure it's like stop the bleeding, start the breathing, protect the wound, treat for shock. Hold on. Let's take a look at the 4 life-saving steps. 4 life-saving steps, Marine Corps. Stop the bleeding, start the breathing, protect the wound, treat for shock. Okay. So the reason why chest compressions, they're talking about Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck and him having a severed artery. The reason why that's really funny to me, and I'm sorry if this is fucked up. Obviously, we're talking about like a sensitive subject, somebody getting shot in the neck. But if you do CPR while somebody has an artery severed, all you're doing is you're shooting the blood out of their body more quickly. Like, imagine somebody who was trained in like CPR and emergency medicine runs up to Charlie Kirk after he's been shot in the neck and his artery is severed, and then they start pumping on his chest and it shotgun blasts blood out of his neck with each push. Clearly, that is not medically sound advice. So, Sean Ryan being out of military service for an extended period of time, probably not having gone to boot camp for 20 or 30 years, not remembering the life-saving steps, and maybe being quizzical. He's like, I don't think that's right. I understand he's not going to blow up on her because she's a very large, clouded up creator, but I think as a former Special Forces veteran or whatever the fuck he did, he could just go, I don't think that's right. I I would have appreciated Sean Ryan confidently being like, I don't think that's right. Holy shit. That's a crazy clip. That is a wild clip. Grassroots says, keep up with the illegal settlements. Not only allow them in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, because they like Palestinian West Bankers anyways. No culture shock. Yeah, sure. Fucking dude, if you want to do fucking settlements in the United States of America, there's plenty of places in the Midwest that need some fucking settlement. Let's create a new Israel, new Palestine in fucking Utah or Montana or some shit. Ah, wow. That was a clip.
Charlie Kirk was backstabbed by his own team because after he was shot in the neck, they didn't give him CPR.
Like nothing else matters if your heart stops pumping. So yeah.
You want to pump the blood out of this man faster?
Okay. I hate Nux Taku. He's right. Okay. All right, Nux. I think you're a piece of shit. You're dead on with this one.
Like, again, we're dealing with, like, an actual illiterate retard. Hello? What are we even doing here? If someone's shot, you do not want to pump. You want to stop the bleeding. You don't want to pump everything out. It's absolute delusion. And here she is talking to, like, some ex-Navy SEAL guy. And bro doesn't push back at all.
You would give CPR.
I don't, once again, I think Nux is a huge piece of shit. I think sucking off the Trump cult, huge piece of shit. Him being willing to just call a spade and be like, even an ex-Navy SEAL isn't willing to call her out? What the fuck? All right. Unfortunately, we are in 100% alignment with Nux Taku right now.
CPR, I would imagine. You
imagine wrong. You're retarded.
CPR going at all times. I'm certainly not a medical professional, but I do know like
keep CPR going at all times. I'm telling you, these people are actually retarded.
If your heart stops, you're dead. So you gotta keep the heart going.
Yeah, it's not the bullet wound in the neck. It's the lack of CPR that killed him.
And
yeah. Somebody says somebody at trial was trying to convince people that Charlie Kirk's medical staff were insufficient, and I'm like, what the fuck is the treatment for like being shot in the neck with a severed artery? That was one of the things that I should have been more confident in the first 24 hours. It's not a big deal, but so Josiah and I were texting that day because obviously it's like super fucked up, right? It's kind of like a wild political event to watch a political online pundit get shot in the fucking neck. And so I was texting Josiah and I was like, nah, he's done, because I saw the close-up video where he gets hit and then there's like a giant like quart spurt out the side. And basically what happens, hold on, let me show you guys something real quick, because it's actually in my opinion, it's medically fascinating. So tissue disruption, ballistic dummy. So let me show you guys this real quick.
2, 1.
Oh my gosh. Oh. So hold up. Let me find like a slow-mo of a ballistic dummy and it having like expanded tissue. But maybe the rocket propelled grenade is a little bit I'm not looking for the rocket propelled grenade. I'm looking for a you know what? I know who does this the best. Hold on, chat. I know who does this the best. You know who does this the best? Kentucky Ballistics. This is like a redneck who started blowing up like watermelons and nacho cheese containers in like on his iPhone 10 or 20 years ago. And what he ended up doing is people just liked watching a big guy shoot big weapons into things that explode so much that he turned that into a 6 million sub YouTube channel. And, you know, he averages, you know, it looks like between 500,000 and 2 million views per video, you know? So hold on.
Do you think the average guy could handle?
Let's see if we can get a ballistic dummy. Where's he normally does ballistic dummies. Chat, I promise you it'll be worth it, okay? I promise you it'll be worth it. I need to find a ballistic dummy video. Though. I want to do a human ballistic dummy. Okay, and I like YouTube does this thing where if you're too zoomed in, then it'll do the it'll assume that you're actually shooting guns, and then it'll stop it. But hold on, let's take a look at this slow-mo video, okay? I promise you I have a point here, and I'm sorry it took me so long to get to it. Okay, so this was like pennies or something. It's out of like a blunderbuss. He's just shooting a projectile into a ballistic dummy. And then you see the wound cavitation where the projectile, if you're able to look at your screen, awesome. If you're not able to look at your screen, that's totally fine. I'll describe it for you. We see a projectile, and then we see a opening of the stomach, and it expands because of the energy transfer, and then it closes back up as debris and flesh gets like blasted out the back. Okay? Now, if we lived in a world where the only thing that, gets like damaged is the tissue that is actually punched out of the human body, then maybe Charlie Cook could have survived because it would have been like a dime-sized or like a quarter-sized hole through his body. Somebody literally could have like pinched his fucking arteries with their thumbs, and then they could have gotten into a surgical table, and then they could have fucking, reattached shit or something, right? But that's not how medical processes actually work. The tissue that is aggressively disrupted around the hole and blasted out, that is also going to necrotize. Okay? That tissue is also going to die. So let's say that Charlie Kirk had gotten blasted in the neck, and a medical person literally grabbed the artery with his thumb and pinched it so he wasn't bleeding as much, grabbed the bottom artery and pinched it so he didn't have a slow bleed, and then they drove him immediately to the fucking ER, and they had some kind of like fucking crazy tube technology that replaced the artery that got blown the fuck out. The necrotized tissue still would have died around that, and Charlie Kirk would have died. So, anyways, the point is there was no fucking way to come back from that. And so the reason why I brought up Josiah was because Josiah and I were texting that day, and he was like, I don't know. I'm hearing from some big names that he might be in stable condition in the ER. And I was like, listen, man, I'm telling you there's a 95% chance that dude's dead. And I'm telling you there's like a 5% chance that he is fucked up beyond recognition and he'll basically be a vegetable. I should have told him there's a 99.9999% chance he's dead. And the 0.0001% chance is like a fucking miracle that I don't think is medically possible. So even giving that 5% was silly of me. Look up squirrel headshots. No, you fucking psycho. Squirrels don't do shit. Why the fuck would I look up innocent little tree rats with cute bushy tails getting fucking sniped, you psycho? Aren't squirrels, are they omnivores or are they fucking herbivores? I think they're omnivores. Are squirrels omnivores? What do they eat? While the vast majority of their diet consists of plants like seed, nuts, fruits, and fungi, they will readily supplement their diet with animal protein if it's available, such as insects, bird eggs, and small animals. Bruh, you literally want me to watch these cute little fucking creatures get their heads exploded by small rifle rounds for your entertainment? What the fuck? Squirrels are evil? Why? What's wrong with squirrels? I fucking love squirrels. What the fuck?
And them not having the ambulance on standby.
I'm not standing up for him. I don't know if you would do CPR.
What would be the point of, if your heart's not going, your heart's not going?
I mean, I don't know.
Because he had a hole in his neck. Like, these people are special retarded. Now, again, we got some of my favorite characters on the internet together over here. So here we have, like, Dan Blazarian and Jake Shields. You got all these retards. All right, these are the low IQ anti-Semites. See, I appreciate a good high IQ anti-Semite. I really do. Those guys, they're fun to talk to. They're very interesting. They have different opinions on certain things. A lot to learn from the high IQ anti-Semites. But, like, dude, but the low IQ...
Yeah, until one is stuck in your attic. But right, do the one-way gate. Maybe I'm a huge hippie pussy, but I had rats in my attic, unfortunately, and I ended up having to poison them because they wouldn't get the fuck out. And I tried all the hippie shit. I tried the ultrasonic squealer thing. I tried the I tried the fucking the one-way door, and I couldn't get the rats out, so I had to poison them eventually. But I think I also had a squirrel up there, and I was able to use a one-way door and get them out. So do a fucking one-way door if you can.
You anti-Semites, oh man, it's painful. It's actually painful. And this is like a lot of the movement that's backstabbing Trump is like headed by like 60 IQ morons. Like, look at this shit. This is them talking about how it's good to be low IQ. If this isn't the craziest cope of all time, I don't even know what is. Easily the greatest cope I've ever heard is deciding that, yes, actually being low IQ is better.
I want all of it. I want the idiots talking about it. I want the smart people. I want everybody in between.
Because some of the best dudes I know have low IQs.
Dude, I love low IQ people. The best guys ever have low IQ.
Like awesome guys too.
Yeah.
Yo,
it's like,
yeah.
I love fucking idiots. Yo, that's my favorite thing. My favorite thing is when we got the idiots on our side.
I don't care.
No offense, Nux, but you are absolutely catering to 80 IQ and 90 IQ dipshits with your fucking analysis, because your fucking analysis sucks. Weirdly enough, I don't think that Nux is that dumb. Weirdly enough, I've heard him articulate things that would take a decent IQ to understand, but I think he panders to absolute fucking dipshits.
Like, get the fucking word out.
I think you guys are some of the biggest pieces of shit I've ever met.
And pussies, too.
Like, yo, high IQ people? Oh, what losers. What losers. I prefer low IQ.
Like, we need the fucking soldiers as well.
Yeah,
Like Marines, a lot of those guys might not be the fucking, 150 fucking IQ guys, but they'll go fucking kick a door in. Guys like Fuentes aren't going to kick any fucking doors in.
Yeah, man. High IQ, those guys suck. They can't even, like, break doors because obviously strength and IQ are not even a little bit correlated, but I guess they're low IQ, so they can't figure that out.
IQ guys are actually easily tricked because they can...
high IQ guys, they just fall for everything, unlike us. We see through the Matrix. We have, like, 80 IQ, but we see through the Matrix, guys.
Conceive of these giant things, and they get stuck in these patterns where a low IQ guy can just be like, yeah, but an AI can't dig a hole, and they just see it for what it is.
Good point! What a good point.
Yeah, I mean, it was that, and then...
Yeah, anyway, and he keeps going about how actually it's better to be low IQ because low IQ people actually can see through the Matrix, unlike high IQ people who fall for everything. Again, do you realize what we're dealing... This is like the anti-Trump coalition now. They're all fucking dead. They're, like, actually retarded. Bro, Asmongold is like, bro, these people are retarded.
I bet it must suck to be a Jew.
Yeah. Actually, no, it's pretty
And, like,
great.
the whole world hates you and it's totally normalized.
It's really nice to control the media.
Everybody hates you.
Nice to have gigantic weather machines.
People...
Dude, I see it. Hedonic Samuel with the 11-month renewal, man. We are coming up. We're coming up on a bunch of 12-month renewals. I'm actually really excited for that. Although I do think we lost some veterans along the way, but that's okay. Bilzerian looks like a massive Ninja Turtle villain. I can literally see him leading... What are they? They're not the Putties. The Putties are from... Is it the Foot Clan? Ninja Turtles... Foot Clan? Dude, I could 100% see a bunch of fucking Foot Clan ninjas in the background of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie, and then fucking Dan Bilzerian being dressed in this exact outfit. but not having his mask off because he was like a lieutenant or a captain in the Foot Clan. I can fucking see it. Like, I can see it in my mind's eye. Dan Bills, like, he kind of, if he didn't go out for the new TMNT movies, because he was an extra in that Navy SEAL war movie. And apparently he actually put in a healthy chunk of cash in order to secure that extra role. Dude, if he didn't put in for Foot Clan Lieutenant, you know, he missed an opportunity there.
It's okay to discriminate against you.
True.
It's not their first time.
True.
Yeah,
True.
The 110th country that Jews are going to be exiled from is going to be Israel.
Actually, they counted that as the first.
That's going to be it, guys.
Right.
We don't care. I know, you guys run everything anyway. It's okay.
Yeah, it's true. True. Jews like getting hated sometimes. It's we're a bit masochistic in that regard. When I see retards hating Jews, I'm just like, ha ha ha! Look at these fucking look at these cattle over here. Look at these cattles. Anyway, now you're probably wondering why there is such a major push in regards to this whole psyop, because a lot of this shit is retarded, and a lot of the retards are falling for it. A lot of the people are stabbing Trump in the back on purpose, and then they're losing everything. They're proven wrong and everything. Remember, these people were all saying that we were going to be going on a gigantic, infinite war, boots on the ground, 1,000-year war. We're going to lose thousands of soldiers. World War III is starting. The economy is going to collapse. They were wrong about everything. All right?
Oh my God, I hate this guy. Okay. I agree that there were plenty of doomers, including Nick Fuentes, like a year ago, 2 years ago. He's acting like he predicted the Iranian conflict and that he has been totally vindicated in his prediction. His prediction was another war on terror, boots on the ground, regime change style war with hundreds of thousands of American troops in Iran, deposing the regime, getting into a bloody Iraq-style civil war for, you know, a decade, and then us withdrawing. That's clearly not what happened. We did a decapitation strike, but, you know, then somebody points out in chat, the war's over, right? The war's still fucking happening, man. We're in like a economic military detente because we had 60 days until the United States Strategic Oil Reserve ran out. Okay? Do you understand that? That we were like a month or 2 months away before oil being $10 a fucking gallon instead of $5 a gallon because Trump was dumping the strategic American reserves into the economy in order to subsidize the oil? Like, dude, this was fucked up. Just because we avoided the most disastrous consequences by the skin of our teeth does not mean that this wasn't entirely fucked up. So once again, maybe Nux is smarter than this and he's just grifting, but it is like 80 IQ dipshit, completely ignorant, seat of the pants fucking analysis. So. Fell says, Connor, you are not acknowledging the fact that this is a Jewish creation mythology that has been purposely misinterpreted to ostracize Jews from modern societies in every era post-diaspora. I don't know the truth of the matter. I feel like I would have to read the Talmud in its entirety in order to understand the way that Jews have perceived themselves historically compared to other nations. And I just don't have the patience because the Talmud is boring as shit. And so, okay, so hold on. Let me expand this so that doesn't feel anti-Semitic. The Old Testament, which I feel like I am decently well-versed on, the Jews were clearly supposed to inherit the territory east of the Nile and west of the Euphrates. And when they were attacked by rival nations, Babylon, Persia, Philistines, etc., it was quite clear that the Jews had to lean on God in order to win, but that was always the desired outcome, was that the Jews would win and win in the region and therefore, you know, have the kingdom and blah, 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 fucking blah, right? Now, after that, because that's all Old Testament, you had the Maccabean revolts against the Greeks. You had the revolts against the Romans. You had the raising of the temple. You had the Crusades, and you had the diaspora, where the Jews were effectively scattered to the wind as a result of consistent invasions by Muslim and Christian armies. And so after that, the Jews were kind of like a windblown people. Yeah, there were still Jews in Jerusalem, but that doesn't mean that they weren't fucking largely windblown. And then you have the modern return. So I don't know, man. Like I would have to read. I would have to do like polls. I would have to see modern polling and modern stats on Jewish attitudes towards non-Jews. I would have to see, because isn't it like half of Jews are secular anyways? Most secular Jews I know don't have an extreme Jewish supremacist worldview. How many Jews are secular percentage-wise? I think it's like half. I think it's like 45%. Yeah. Approximately 45% of Jewish people worldwide consider themselves secular, meaning they identify as Jewish ethnically and culturally, but they do not practice Judaism. Secular Judaism represents the largest religious classification of Jewish people, with localized rates varying significantly by country. Right. So literally like half of Jews aren't even Jewish supremacist because they don't believe in the religion literally. So I don't... What do I do with this? I'm more confused when I started.
Understand, these people were wrong about not Asmongold, but these guys were wrong about literally everything. Everything they were saying was gonna happen did not happen, but they dug their grave, and now they're just literally too late. So you have to understand exactly why is this happening. And now a lot of it is because there's a lot of retards that want to blame something. And I think a big one is because actually we are being influenced. Now, China has successfully weaponized the United Nations against the West, according to a report by Misgov Institutes of National Security. The United States General Assembly operates on the principle of one country, one vote, giving each member state equal say regardless of size, population, wealth, or...
Somebody said the secular Jews don't exist in Israel. I don't think that's true. So, looking at this cursory Google search, we should fight about the nature of the Jews for the next 2 hours. About 43 to 45% of Israeli Jews self-identify as secular, Haloni. This translates to roughly 3.2 million people, making the secular demographic the largest single group within the Jewish population of Israel. Traditional are Masorti, they're 33%. Religious are Dati, religious Zionists, they're 12%, and ultra-Orthodox are 10 to 11%. So that's where when Doobie says, no, I've seen modern rabbis explicitly say that, fucking non-Jews are meant to serve Jews and Jews are meant to be supreme in the land and fucking blah, 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 blah. Well, I would want to know if they were ultra-Orthodox, if they were Dati, if they were Masorti, or if they were secular, And then if they were Masorti or Haloni, then I would want to know why, right? And funnily enough, while we're pointing out, quote unquote Jewish supremacy, we also do need to understand that plenty of Christians are Christian supremacists, right? And I'm not saying that like derogatorily, I'm saying that descriptively. They fully believe that if you are an atheist or a pagan, you are straight up going to fucking hell. And if you are a Jew or a Muslim, you're a heretic, and that's up to God. But there are biblical passages that there is no way to the Father. What's the biblical passage? There's no way to the Father except through me. I mean, I was quoted this dozens of times when I was a child and I was questioning my faith. Jesus answered, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Well, that sounds like heaven, or that sounds like, God is gatekept via believing in Christ. So, what do you want? John Sowell says God hates F slurs. I'm gonna give you a timeout, man. You already know that's terms of service. I don't know why you would type that. Not only is that straight up not cool, that's also terms of service. So, not cool, John Sowell. Not cool. We're gonna keep moving, but quick shill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We're out at 8 out of 10 on the goal. So if a couple of chippers, the goal ends in about 6 minutes. So if a couple of chippers want to push us over the edge, that would be great. But let me go ahead and thank the people who have supported the stream, because we have had a decent amount of support today. I appreciate it. We got Hedonic Samuel with the renewal, Grassroots with the 10, Old School with the 2, Doobie with the 10, Grassroots with the 10. Thank you, Grassroots, for hanging out. Even though I have been beefing with some people you love. Nameless Henchman with the 10, Doobie with the 10, Shapingro with the 2, Grassroots with the 10, Shapingro with the gifted, Shapingro with the renewed membership at 9 months, Vazraka with the 5 gifted, and Fellrunner with the 20. Thank you, Kings and Queens, not only for your viewership, but also thank you for your financial support. I really do appreciate it. Let's get back to the brain damage.
Our financial contribution. Now, this is completely retarded, by the way. Just to be clear, this is completely retarded. The idea that you have a retard in the Congo, the Congo gets an equal vote to the United States is absolute bullshit. It really is. I actually don't care what inbred third worlders have to say about anything, which is why
Okay. Supremacist versus wanting to save people's souls feels like a category error. Okay, maybe, because there are chill Christians. But supreme definition. Supreme is an adjective meaning the highest in rank, authority, or power. I almost guarantee you that any Christian who believed in the Trinity and believed Christ as Messiah would say that they hold Jesus Christ highest in rank, authority, or power, and Christian religion should be the supreme religion of the planet because it's fundamentally correct. Just to share this with the Christians in chat, I'm not a Trinitarian. I believe in God. I believe in the Father, but I don't believe in Christ as Messiah. Right? So if you're taking like a negative connotation with the term supremacist, what I'm trying to say is Christians believe that the Christian religion is highest in rank, authority, and power, and that Christ himself, as God, is highest in rank, authority, and power. And therefore, the Jews and the Muslims are fundamentally incorrect. And the pagans and the atheists are probably going to hell. So, you guys did push us past the goal. Thank you, Kings and Queens. Doobie with the 50 says, Goy lives matter. Indeed, they do. Then, iCup for 20 bucks says, get paid, King. Thank you. Thank you for the 20, King. Appreciate you. And then Slim Shady with 28 Canadian looks like he's saluting. Thank you, Slim Shady. I appreciate the three of y'all pushing us over the goal. Back to the brain damage.
I've been advocating to leave the United Nations forever. Now, understand, this structure dramatically favors China through its leadership of the G77 plus China bloc, which controls 136 out of the 193 member states and over 69% of the votes in the UN. And you wonder why all of these guys, all of them, vote against the U.S. every single time. Duh! This group of global South nations consists of a large number of small, tiny nations like Tuvalu and Nauru, which cast the same votes as the United States or Germany. While the Europe and North America together represent major economic and military power, they hold a handful of votes. China, by coordinating the G77, now routinely shapes outcomes on budgets, mandates human rights, and sanctions in the UN. It often does so against the U.S. and Western interests, while paying far less than America's 30% of the UN costs. Complete insanity! The UN system turns sovereign equality into a tool that amplifies influence of authoritarian leading coalitions and diminishes the voice of the world's leading democracies. Why should the West pay for it? You can find a link to the reports, of course, in the comments below. But the truth is, this is obvious. Now, we have been infiltrated on every level. You got China running the UN, which is basically pushed by every Muslim country on the planet, All the Muslim countries are working with China on this, by the way, which is one of the major reasons why kicking China's oil procurement out of Iran was huge. Now they're buying oil from us primarily, but also you got people like Qatar and all these places funding our colleges and universities to brainwash us. We are the world's superpower, and we are dealing with these openly homosexual retards just raping us in broad daylight across the world on a propaganda scale that we can't possibly comprehend. And it's pretty insane watching it happen in real time. Now, Israel ended up getting vindicated by this because UNRWA, remember, UNRWA is the UN funding for the Palestinian people or whatever. These guys ended up firing 70 terror-linked employees. 70 employees of the United Nations, which, by the way, are talking about constantly how, oh, the Palestinians aren't getting aid, and Israel is committing a genocide, and the United States is funding a genocide, and America is evil. 70 of them were terrorists. 70.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to steel man this. God damn it, I hate it so much. Okay. Doobie says, also, yeah, the Christian thing doesn't make sense because anyone can become Christian. Judaism has the extra step of the genetic thing, inclusive versus exclusive. Weirdly enough, I think you can convert to Judaism, but it's very difficult. Can you convert to Judaism as a Gentile? Yes, you can convert to Judaism. The process requires in-depth study of Jewish history, theology, and the Hebrew language, followed by formal acceptance of mitzvot, commandments, and a rabbinical court, bet dain. Conversion ultimately culminates in immersion in a ritual bath, mikvah, and for males, circumcision. So if you're not circumcised, you have to go through a hardcore history, theology, and linguistic school, and then you have to get your dick tip fucking chopped off. Oh my god. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. That's funny. That's funny. All right. Sorry. What I was going to say, I am not sweeping. Hear me when I say this. I am not sweeping for the UNRWA employees who were affiliated with Hamas and helped Hamas before or after October 7, 2023. But what I would say is that if I was to analogize this to, I'm ethnically Irish. If I was to analogize this, there were plenty of Boston sympathetic or IRA sympathetic Bostonians in the middle 20th century. There were plenty of Americans. Like, matter of fact, let me take a look at this real quick. How much money and weapons were sent to the IRA from American Irish civilians? Because I guarantee you it's in the minimum millions, right? Irish American civilians sent an estimated $2 to $5 million in direct cash and smuggled thousands of firearms, including up to 2,500 dedicated weapons from a single New York network, to the Provisional Irish Republican Army during the Troubles. While North American contributions made up only 7 to 12% of the IRA's total operational budget, American civilians served as the organization's primary lifeline for modern high-grade infantry rifles. So, the Irish Northern Aid Committee, founded in 1970, NORAID, officially raised money at dances, dinners, and pub collections across major cities like New York, Boston, and Philadelphia. Officially, NORAID claimed every dollar went towards humanitarian aid for the families of Irish Republican prisoners. Sure. The weapon siphoning. United States and British intelligence agencies strongly disputed NORAID's humanitarian claims. Intelligence tracking estimated that up to 75% of NORAID's outlays were diverted onto the black market to purchase weapons and ammunition. Secret bypasses. Parallel to public fundraising, prominent Republicans maintained individual secret IRA funds stashed in private homes, completely bypassing registered entities to purchase arms directly. Weapon smuggling. While large-scale explosives and heavy munitions later arrived from Libya, American civilian networks supplied the foundational small arms that modernized the IRA. The George Harrison Network, operating out of New York, a single Irish-American immigrant named George Harrison personally managed the purchase of over 2,500 weapons and 100,000 rounds of ammunition. So listen, the reason why I'm pointing this out is not like, oh, you know, the Hamas-affiliated UN RWA employees are based. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, whenever there's an insurgent force fighting a more powerful force, there are going to be civilians that sympathize with the insurgents. They're going to create Robin Hood-style narratives about this. And as a result, there's going to be people who infiltrate aid organizations in order to co-opt aid into supporting terrorist orgs, you know? Why is Connor so afraid to talk about this? Everyone knows no one wants them around because they are sick filth. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? Gays? Are you talking about gays, Jon Snow? Because you're not going to make it here. You're not going to make it here. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and nip it in the bud. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Like, listen, we don't have a literalist homosexual fucking thing. Two gay dudes kissing. Okay? This is gross to me because it looks like they're using... all right, you know what? I'm good. The point is that that's gross to me because I don't like public displays of affection. Also, maybe I have a little bit of subconscious homophobia, so I just don't like looking at two dudes kissing, right? But if you're dudes and you like kissing, dudes, good for you. And if you're a chick who likes kissing chicks, good for you. I care more that you're like a decent human being, that you wake up every single day, you go to job. If you don't have a job, you go to education. If you don't have an education, you take care of family. And then between those three things, you are some level of socially and economically productive for 5 to 8 hours a day. And then after that, you take whatever residual energy that you have left and you give it back to your community. So do you take care of your wife or spouse or partner? Do you take care of your kids? Do you take care of your community? That's what I care about. And your sexual orientation is a part of you for sure, but it's not the primary part of you that I give a shit about. Just don't be a skank around me. Doobie for $10 says, yeah, but they do you were actually spiritually a Jew the entire time. They had a hidden Jewish soul yearning to return home. Based. All right, anyways, moving.
UN employees were Hamas terrorists that were just fired. Do you understand the level of retardation that we're dealing with? So the PSYOP is massive. A lot of people are saying that there's dead internet theory, and a lot of these posts from like these dipshits are getting a lot of traction because of bots. It's worse. We don't need dead internet theory. We have Pakistan. We don't even need dead internet theory. We don't need bots. We have 2 billion Muslims in the third world that are voting through likes, voting for every retard on the planet. And the truth of the matter is, our discourse is being shaped and reshaped by retards, and the low IQ anti-Semites, as Dan Blazarian so kindly put it, and the low IQ anti-Semites have completely fucking fallen for this shit. And it's honestly incredible that they're raping our entire civilization in order to own the Jews and own Trump. Right? The Trump derangement syndrome's insane. You hate Trump so much that you're going to literally cancel businesses. You hate Trump so much that you're going to basically try to help the Ayatollah get a nuclear weapon. You're going to literally root for the Islamic Republic of Iran because you don't want Trump to get a W. These people are evil, they hate our country, and they need to be destroyed. Thank you for the support, Patriots. This video is demonetized. YouTube demonetized all my channels. I tell a little too much truth, so if you could join the crusade over at Patreon.
Wow. I hated that. I hated that with every fiber of my fucking being. So hold on. Let's break that down a little bit. I think Nux Taku, after his hentai grift that blew up his channel, he recognized that he didn't want to be as much of a sexual degenerate anymore. And he realized that the easiest way to avoid being canceled by sex-negative leftists is to grift to rightoids. And so he started the Trump grift, And now he's just finding a split within the right wing to capitalize on, which is continuing to simp for Trump, even though he undeniably has fucked up tons of shit. And his takes are like 80 IQ, completely ignorant, reading exclusively headlines fucking analysis, and it sucks. I love criticizing him because I think he sucks so fucking bad. His hentai grift, yeah. Knife Mall, if you don't know this about Nux Taku, Nux Taku almost has 2 million subs. A substantial amount of those subs were about 5 years ago, I think. He was pulling up hentai cartoon pornography. He was finding the most gross cartoon pornography. And then he was showing that to popular YouTubers on stream while censoring it. And then he was basically streaming and recording their live reactions. So, yeah. That's he basically engaged in hardcore degeneracy in order to get popular. Yeah. And his audience was like primarily made up of teenagers. So, Sen Patriarch said, I'm going to do promiscuous shit in front of Connor in order to skeeve him out. As long as you're okay. Like, listen, guys, I understand we still have a few pile people left. You know, we lost a few pile people when I said that you shouldn't jerk off to kids, you know? And they were like, whatever's in my mind, you know, that's none of your business. And I should be able to jerk off to whatever degenerate shit I want to. And fuck you for even telling me that I should feel guilty about anything I fantasize about. I am the opposite of Mr. Girl, okay? Mr. Girl says you can fantasize about whatever you want. And I say, you can fantasize about whatever you want, but depending on what you fantasize about, I'm going to think you're a fucking piece of shit, right? So anyways, if you're a degenerate around me, then just be ready for me to do this look at you, okay? The Ryan Gosling, ugh, and then the look up and down, okay? Anyways, I think we're going to leave I could do another Asmongold segment in order to push us to 12:30, but I was thinking about doing some of the musical today. So I think we're going to move into Geopol. So what, Grassroots, if you're still here, and then whoever else wanted to serenade Sen Patriarch with music, what were the songs that you wanted to serenade Sen Patriarch with? I think Doobie wanted to serenade Sen Patriarch with some music. I think that Grassroots wanted to serenade Sen Patriarch with some music. I said I would do it during the break. I want to go get some water, use the restroom, and set up the next segment. Liberal Latino says, I'm a gay degenerate, the worst kind. You could just be gay. You know, you could find a nice husband. You could hold hands. You could walk down the street together. You could window shop. You could go, Bed Bath & Beyond doesn't exist anymore, but you could go to a home decoration store, and then you could kiss each other on the face, right? You know, you don't have to be a gay degenerate. You could just be gay. It's fine to just be gay. There's nothing wrong with just being gay. You said you sent it to me on Discord. Let me find where's my fucking mouse? There we go. Jesus Christ. Okay. So this is scary, and I'm going to click on it, but I am worried that it's going to be too scary for me, and I'm going to shut it off. So Doobie sent me something called Back and Dairy with Pennywise.
Here's what comes off a bowl of strawberries when you drop this device in the water. These berries are fresh from the store and already rinsed under the tap, but within 10 minutes...
You float to Dallas XY creation. You float to. You float to. No.
Okay, can I say I'm weirdly into it so far?
Keeping it a buck, but they still call me Penny. All about my cheese, why you think I live in dairy? The only way I eat is keeping fear in this town. The way kids disappear, you think that Epstein's still around. I'm an underground rapper, watch me float up to the top. See that red balloon, that's a sign you getting popped. I live in your mind, call that penny for your thoughts. Got a body count higher than an OnlyFans thought. Took Georgie's arm, so you know I'm on the dangerous. Got his boat, I got them racks, so yeah, I'm holding paper up, Bill asking where his bro be at. He floating like the boat he had. Roll me up another bitch, I'm smoking on that Georgie pack. One wrong move, you'll be floating in the septic.
Okay, weirdly, I like this enough to go use the restroom. So I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And then what I was gonna say is somebody said, please let's do Asmongold slot. I think it was Knife Mall. Knife Mall, if you want to become a regular community member, I've seen you a few times in chat. We have pivoted into right-wing slop as a substantial amount of the content. So if you like criticizing grift right, gamer right, dissident right-wing creators, that's going to be a healthy chunk of the channel. But on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the afternoons, we do geopolitics, and then also do be oiled for me to watch a musical about, I think it's the War of Troy and maybe the Odyssey. So I basically, I want to roll into a Sarcasmatron NATO geopolitical segment, and then I'm going to want to keep it rolling into at least like maybe 30 minutes of the musical or so. I'll keep watching the musical until it's done. But if I'm actually like watching it and reacting to it, then there's no way I'm getting through 2 hours in 2 hours. There's just no fucking way. Let me go ahead and thank all the people who donated before I go use the restroom, though. Doobie, Slim Shady, ICUP, Hedonic Samuel, Grassroots, Old School, Doobie Grassroots, Nameless Henchman, Shapingro, Grassroots, Shapingro, Vazraka with the Gifted, and then Fellrunner. I genuinely do appreciate how much you guys have given today. I know we're a small community, but I do feel like I have attracted the smarter people in Twitch and YouTube politics. And I'm sad to see that I lost some of the smarter people in Twitch and YouTube politics because I criticized sexual degeneracy. So my apologies. Nameless Henchman says my donation is to go to Sen. Okay, well, if Sen wants the $10, I'll give him the $10. Truth and Reconciliation, which I'm assuming is the guy, says, see, you won't know the truth. They are nasty filth. No one wants to be friends or family with them. They need to be eradicated. Okay, you're getting a perma, bud. You're antisocial. You need to chill the fuck out. You need to go take your meds. And you need to go worry about your own fucking life. So, sorry that we couldn't be friends. Truth and Reconciliation. But, you're just a little bit too antisocial for me. Anyways.
Headless, no remorse, I'll take you off the census. Nothing weighs heavy on my chest but a necklace. I run up on bill like I'm late on the electric. Like a foster parent, got your kids in my custody. I do it cause I'm hungry, plus this shit is fun to me. You can never fuck with me, I am what they wanna be. 2016, had a clown trend because of me. No matter how far you try to run, I'm still behind. I stay living in the tunnels of your mind. I be doing stand-up while you can't stand up. Hunting down kids, turn to a manhunt. Back in Derry for the summer. Drag that boy into the gutter. Took a brother from another. Took a son from a mother. Hey, your cousin, he was bustin'. Think I'm bluffing, bitch, you buggin'. I'ma gut your whole crew. When I pull through, you gon' float too. I said, welcome to Derry. I get strong when they get scary. Catch them at the Barrens, teach them life is temporary. Bitch, I said, welcome to Derry. Heart as cold as January. Dripping in the sewer, and the drip is what I'm wearing. I do this shit for thrills. Rubies on my grills. I got custom painted red balloons on my wheels. Billy's just the stutters when he sees his fears are coming real. Georgie was his everything to me. He's just another meal. Looking to the dead lies, bitch. I'm the reaper of the rappers from the streets. Like shit, I'm from beneath them. I gain these kids trust like a groomer then attack. If you snitch, I'll drag you to the sewer with the rat.
Okay. So, for this song, I understand some people didn't like it. But that I wasn't even hearing the lyrics, man. I could imagine 17-year-old Connor getting like smoking a joint and then bumping this while rolling down the street. So that's all. It's just like it's like chill hip hop with a more complex cadence for lyrics. So I wasn't even checking out the lyrics. So if I got stoned, I could fucking bump that while I was rolling around. But anyways, Geopol. I hope Patriarch isn't dead. I hope he's doing okay. Even if he's not a member of the community anymore, that's okay. We loved him. We will continue to love him as a Geopol nerd that has pushed us to do more Geopol. So, if he's taking a break, I hope he comes back. No big deal either way. But we are gonna honor him one way or the other by continuing to do geopolitical content on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. So, let's go to Sarcasmatron NATO. And let's do a little intro. I didn't know we lost Sen. We didn't lose Sen Patriarch. Sen Patriarch's here. I'm talking about Patriarch. Sen Patriarch and Patriarch are different. Sen Patriarch lives in my walls, and he is married to Grassroots Hegemon. Patriarch is the Ukrainian geopolitical oiler who wishes that we would get away from drama slop and do Geopol stuff, but him and I have beefed about sexual morality a few times on stream. So, hopefully he's just busy. I don't know what's going on with him. Either way, I think regardless of Patriarch's status, we should continue to honor him. So, he's a good egg. Let's do an intro. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. I'm trying to be a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And I'm failing some of the time, but I'm still doing my best. We are going to be honoring the late, great Patriarch by continuing to do geopolitical segments on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, regardless of his presence. One of the things that was requested of me in the past 24 to 48 hours was watching Sarcasmatron's video on NATO, which is basically the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It was the Western world's response to Soviet communism, but it's a military alliance that has survived, I think, the past, 40, 50 years? Might even be older than that. I would actually have to take a look at when it was formed. But it's a military and strategic alliance that effectively states that if any member country is attacked by any other, then they will form a military coalition that will go fuck up the attacker, which is pretty based. So we're going to watch a video about its expansion into the Eastern Bloc after the fall of the Soviet Union. It should be some based geopolitical memes. Let's go.
So let's cut to the chase here. Why? What did Russia, or at least Putin, think he had to gain by starting this war? It's easy to forget now, with Russia struggling to hold on to its marginal gains, that this was supposed to be the easy part. Even if Russia had gotten its 3-day victory in the conventional war, there was always an even bigger quagmire waiting for them there at the finish line. If they installed a friendly government and left, it would immediately be overthrown. If they stayed, they'd have to face an insurgency. And if they tried to just stop at conquering half the country, they'd have to defend a more than 500-mile-long border. So, what was the plan here? I've read a lot of theories, from Putin going after Ukraine's natural gas reserves to a theory that the Kremlin is enthralled to insane philosophers who all talk like Final Fantasy villains.
Every so-called truth is the matter of believing. So, we believe in what we do, we believe in what we say, and that is the only way to define the truth.
American cable news pundits seem to switch between thinking it's because he's gone COVID isolation crazy or because he's always harbored a secret desire to reunify the USSR. For instance, did you know that Vladimir Putin once said
the collapse of the Soviet Empire was a great tragedy?
Vladimir Putin was the man who described the collapse of the USSR as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe.
The collapse of the Soviet Union.
Wow. Wow. So, Vladimir Putin is a huge Hassan Piker fan. May I narrativize? So, in the Western world, I feel like we have this perception, and I definitely share this perception, that the Russians were a bunch of backwards, monarchist, silly bastards that you didn't want to fight. So obviously, like some of the most famous shit in Russian history is effectively their series of politicides where random monarchic factions will wipe out other random monarchic factions. But also, of course, Napoleon's invasion, where he thought he was going to go in there, beat the shit out of the Russians, accrue French Napoleonic Lebensraum, depose the king, and reform Europe into some kind of secular, enlightened fucking... I don't even know what Napoleon was doing, right? And what ended up happening quite famously is the French went in there, they got frozen out, and then due to Russian scorched earth tactics, they got fucked up. And they got fucked up by frostbite, and they got fucked up by Russian partisans. So it kind of became like, especially with the German failure in Russia as well, it kind of became famous like, don't invade Russia at all, and especially don't invade Russia during winter. You will fucking die, right? But the Soviets were also known as authoritarian, murderous dickheads. That's because they slaughtered the royal family even after they had already deposed them. That's because, who is it? I can see his mustache. Joseph Stalin. Joseph Stalin was a murderous thug who would like kill anybody who stood against him. It was because during the early days, they had politicides and purges and the gulag system and all that kind of bullshit. So we know them as authoritarian, murderous fucking dickheads through the early 20th century. But there is an entire generation of socialist dickheads in the West who romanticize the Soviet Union after Stalin. They see Stalin as like a brutal dictator who was too brutal for his own ends. But they kind of see like the post-World War II period, and especially the post-Stalin period, as a time where the Soviet Union actually did compete with the Western world for humanity, the soul of humanity. Because they did provide basic social services to their people. They did have according to like the CIA playbook from 1972, they had like a richer diet than the Western US person. Their like material conditions, if you look at their GDP, it basically spikes due to industrialization. And so they make all these arguments that like, oh, well, only if the Soviet Union had survived the Cold War, then actually they would have been ushering in this like utopian world order. Now, that is from, in my opinion, Western Soviet simps and people in the former Soviet Union who like to romanticize what the Soviet Union was. But if you talk to Eastern Europeans, if you talk to Russians who were not fans of the Soviet state, it was an authoritarian Orwellian fucking nightmare where talking shit about the government would get you fucking killed, where you couldn't get basic goods and services that were common in the Western world. There was a black market and brown market for goods and services. And effectively, you were just like, you were pretending to work some shitty government fucking job to make a menial fucking wage in order to barely survive in a shitty fucking apartment, getting shitty fucking food. Right? So, who's to be believed? I don't know. But Hassan Piker and Vladimir Putin are both the kind of people who romanticize what the Soviet Union was post-Stalin. You want a kiss in the gulag? Okay. Hold on, I have a couple of donations. So Doobie said, a Lovecraftian fear demon from another universe rapping about gobbling up kids is very much in line with the vibe of 2026. Yeah. Yeah, it's very Epstein, in my opinion. Nameless for 5 says, look, you kill the family because you don't want one of the future kings. That's logical. Sure, but you can also fucking deport them, and some of them were female. Right? If you shot the boy, I would think, like, if you shot the king, okay, he's the king. You shoot the queen, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You know, although Russia does have a history of matriarchy, maybe you could justify shooting the queen. You could hold the fucking kid prisoner, or you could shoot him because he could one day be the fucking thing. But they shot the girls too, right? So if you're truly fearful of like a matriarchal, monarchic, revanchist fucking then detain them in perpetuity. But killing kids, man, you're really like you're gonna love the musical about the Odyssey later, where Odysseus fucking executes a kid because they're afraid of what the kid will become if he's allowed to survive. You're gonna fucking love that segment. It's gonna be great for you.
Quote, the greatest catastrophe.
The greatest geopolitical tragedy.
As the greatest tragedy of the 20th century.
It's not just a great tragedy, but the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. Never mind World War II.
Even Putin can't decide on a single story. One day he's claiming he needs to resolve the imaginary humanitarian crisis in Donetsk, and the next he's writing insane 7,000-word essays on how Ukraine and Russia are spiritually bonded. And what about the Russian people? Why are they going along with this? Theories seem to range from them being completely propagandized to them just all being orcs. And it's hard not to feel like all of these theories leave a lot to be desired, even if you combine them. However, there's one theory I feel compelled to debunk in detail because it is very specific, it's materialist, it's intuitive, and you sound like a rational, big-brain geopolitics understander when you repeat it. And it embodies a whole historical narrative of Russian-American relations that is very popular, even among opponents of Putin's war. This is, of course, the theory that Russia is acting in preemptive self-defense. Self-defense against American aggression, best embodied by America's decision to expand NATO to Eastern Europe, including, potentially, Ukraine.
In Washington, the foreign ministers of Canada, Denmark, Iceland, Italy, Norway, Portugal, and the United States signed with the nations of Western Union the North Atlantic Pact. This was no treaty aimed at aggression, but a pledge to cooperate in defense of the peace.
For those catching up, NATO is a mutual defense pact. If one country is attacked, every other country in NATO is obliged to help defend it. But if one country decides to go out on its own and start a war, the rest of NATO can say, you're on your own. Since the alliance was founded at the start of the Cold War to deter Soviet power creep, expanding it eastward could reasonably be interpreted as an attempt to strangle Russia, at a time when America was supposed to be softening its posture towards Russia. After all, how would America like it if China formed a military alliance with Mexico? But in many ways, the theory that America provoked the war through NATO expansion isn't just about NATO. It's an elaborate narrative of 30 years of American aggression and Russian victimization. There are several lectures that have gotten very popular on YouTube that explain this narrative, but the most watched is this one, from renowned international relations scholar John Mearsheimer.
The Russians didn't conquer or invade Crimea because they had a leasing agreement. There's a naval base at Sevastopol, and the Russians were leasing that naval base from Ukraine. So they had military forces there.
Mearsheimer has
a lot of you guys are making pro-infanticide arguments, pro-regicide arguments in chat. I'm just going to go ahead and say that I think killing children is bad, okay? Even if they're the sons and daughters of monarchs, I think they should be, you know, detained and kept in the castle and, you know, given decent lives under the watchful eye of the state and prohibited from procreation, but I don't think they should be executed. But if you guys want to, you know, make arguments for executing children, you're welcome to do so. It's just, you know, it's a matter of taste. It's a matter of taste, and it's, you know, shooting children is not my favorite.
Has developed a reputation among certain communities as the Cassandra of the Russo-Ukrainian War, and as a result has become an extremely polarizing figure. I've linked his lecture and others in the description, but for the sake of brevity, I'll summarize. Allow me to present the great NATO sob story of 1991 to 2014. It's 1990, and Secretary of State Jim Baker has... Oh, no. I can't do voices. We're gonna have to do this normal voice. It's 1990, and U.S. Secretary of State Jim Baker and Chairman of the USSR Mikhail Gorbachev are negotiating what to do about Germany. Now that the wall has come down, Gorbachev wants Germany to leave NATO, and America wants Germany to stay in NATO, even after it absorbs East Germany. So in order to get Gorbachev's agreement to let East Germany join NATO, Jim Baker promised America would never expand NATO to any countries to the east of Germany. That should have been the happy end of the story, but America had other plans. Because soon after that meeting, America immediately engineered the collapse of the Soviet Union, then forced the newly born country of Russia to destroy its own economy by privatizing too much. Or too quickly, or by giving Russia not enough aid money, or by giving Russia too much aid money, or by conditioning the aid too much, or by conditioning the aid not enough, or something. I don't know. It depends on who you ask. Everyone kind of glosses over this point. Then, with Russia crippled, America went back on its word and annexed Poland, Czechia, and Hungary into NATO, and then lied.
I've lost my taste for shooting children since I stopped being one, and the airsoft refs really have little patience for it. Who is that? Sagrid? Excellent. Excellent quip.
About there ever having been an agreement. Then it refused to let Russia join NATO, proving the open door policy was a lie, and that the expansion was aimed more towards hemming in Russia. Then it bombed Serbia for no reason. Tore up the anti-ballistic missile treaty, immediately started building interceptors, then it annexed the Baltic states, putting NATO troops and missiles within spitball range of St. Petersburg, and it was only finally when America was getting ready to finish the job by annexing Georgia and Ukraine that Russia decided it had no choice but to push back and defend itself by invading first Georgia and then Ukraine. But the American empire, drunk on its arrogance and the blood of countless brown people, instead of taking no for an answer, refused to acknowledge Russia's right to defend itself, forcing Russia to escalate.
Bro, talk to a leftist, and this is straight up the narrativization. This is the narrativization. It's not, I have this crazy idea that there are countries which are regional territories that a people occupy, and we refer to these people as nations, and that while nations are made up of individuals, they oftentimes have a collective shared fate. And so in order to execute their collective shared fate, they should appoint representatives amongst them in order to lead them in the government known as a state. And so we collectively refer to these places as countries, nations, states, or nation states, while these differentiations are slightly different. And nation states can, on a voluntary basis, join defense alliances that allow them to execute what they believe is their fate most well, right? And it should be a voluntary process. So if Russia truly was a better option for the Ukrainian people, and they did not want to become a part of the European Union or of NATO, then they should be allowed to do so on a voluntary basis without military intervention from the United States or from Western Europe. But it feels like Russia doesn't think the same. It feels like if Ukraine wants to leave economic and political orbit, then they should be invaded and killed. And I think that's bad. I know that's the most fucking white bread, wonder bread, fucking 99 IQ geopolitical analysis of the relations of nation states. But why the fuck does Lithuania, Latvia, or Estonia have to be under Russia's thumb if they don't want to be? Why does Belarus or Transnistria or fucking Ukraine have to be under Russia's thumb unless they want to be? You know?
Это решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
Now, did America say and do those things? Some of it, but, like, there's a lot of missing context. And, well, it might be easier to go back to the beginning. Let's roll the tape back and start over.
By the time the summit convened this morning, President Bush and Secretary of State Baker had shifted its spotlight.
So, in a meeting, Jim Baker does make an offer to not expand NATO eastward, but it's not clear if he meant within Germany or in Europe as a whole, because before he can discuss it further, President Bush tells him to take the offer back. But for a very convoluted set of reasons, Gorbachev comes away believing that he has an implicit agreement that NATO won't expand. Why didn't Gorbachev push for an explicit agreement? Because he was desperate for cash.
But the Soviet president's biggest headache is surely the economy, deteriorating by the day. Westerners who work in the Soviet Union say it's like living in a third world country. Upper Volta with rockets is the way one put it.
Gorbachev was taking heat from all sides. The leaders of the republics wanted more autonomy. The people wanted an end to empty shelves. And the hardliners in the KGB wanted Gorbachev to focus on holding together the empire. So Gorbachev, to keep his head above water, brought together a team of experts and economists, and they created a plan for a relatively quick but orderly transition from an entirely state-run economy to a mixed market economy. The plan was called the 500 Days Program, and it would keep the Union together, get food back on the shelves, and provide enough autonomy for the republics to be happy without having to dissolve the Soviet Union. But for it to work, the Soviet Union was going to need a lot of aid money. So Gorbachev spent the first half of 1991 going around the West trying to sell the plan. And the answer he got back from the United States was, maybe later. Well, that's fine. Gorbachev would just have to hold on for another year. He was still getting money from the Germans, and with that, he could buy...
В связи с невозможностью по состоянию здоровья исполнения Горбачевым Михаилом Сергеевичем своих обязанностей президента СССР,
They first moved in at 4 a.m., the first sign of the coup d'etat that removed Mikhail Gorbachev from power. With tanks in Red Square, the official word from the new government, calling itself the National Emergency Committee, was that the architect of Glasnost and Perestroika was too ill to continue in office.
Mikhail Gorbachev is now on vacation. He is very tired after these many years, and he will need some time to get better.
Tens of thousands filled Leningrad's Palace Square to demonstrate against the coup and cheer their republic leader, Boris Yeltsin.
Перед всем миром, подрывая наш престиж в мировом сообществе, возвращает нас к эпохе холодной войны.
Yeltsin's supporters reacted with their bare hands, building makeshift barricades with whatever piece of disused machinery or brickwork was available.
Generally speaking, around the Russian...
Can I point out here? Hold up. Let's take a look at this.
Supporters reacted with their bare hands, building makeshift barricades with whatever piece of disused...
Look at this. Look at this guy. This guy's probably 50 now. He's probably in his mid-20s here. Look at this guy's face real quick. This is part of what I hate about the ethno-nationalists. This is what I hate about the ultra-nationalists. This is what I fucking hate about the fucking... the pointlessness of the Russo-Ukrainian war. I don't fucking hate that guy. There's nothing wrong with that guy. If he wakes up every single day, works a fucking job, or takes care of his family, or goes to fucking school, or whatever the fuck he does, he puts some of his productive energy into making his life and the world a little bit of a better place. And then he gets done with work, and he blows off a little bit of steam. And then he takes whatever extra energy he has, and then he takes care of other people. I have no fucking beef with him. That's like the baseline. That's, in my opinion, that's what grill hotism is all fucking about. You can be Iranian, you can be fucking Persian, which is a synonym. You could be Jewish, you could be fucking Gentile, you could be Muslim, you could be Russian, you could be fucking Mongolian, you could be Chinese, you could be whatever. But if that's what you do, then I don't have a fucking beef with you and I don't want to kill you. The only time that I want to kill you is when you want to fucking take your ultranationalism, your ethno-nationalism, your fascism, or your communism, and fuck with other people. You know, like, I understand that, like, liberal democracy, mixed economy, capitalism, and republicanism fuck with people because it deposes their authoritarian regimes, which causes bloodshed. But the baseline of mixed economy capitalism and liberalism or republicanism is leave each other the fuck alone and solve your problems through a representative legislative body where people fight out their problems through rhetoric rather than weapons. It's actually relatively fucking simple. So I don't want to promote republicanism because I drink the blood of brown children every single night. I make jokes about that, obviously. But it's because I think the people of Iraq, the people of Afghanistan, the people of Russia, the people of Mongolia, the people of fucking wherever, they would be better served by a representative democracy than by socialism, Marxian socialism, by communism, or by fascism. I know that's like a very lukewarm fucking take, but like, it sucks because we borderline have to fight this take every day on the internet because there's so many disaffected, pissed off, antisocial fucking freaks. But the notion that this good citizen archetype isn't correlated with race culture is silly. It can be, Bobby Johnson. It can be. But even within, like, let's say that we just localize that to the United States with your criticism. There's a disproportionate, sorry to my black audience members, there's obviously a disproportionate crime problem within the black community. And there is the valorization of gangsters, antisocial behavior, and fucking violence and bad sex habits, right? We can see that in pop culture. But if you actually go into the black community and see how people are living, I worked in a black community that was predominantly black that had 3,000 people in it. 2,850 people got up every single day. They worked their fucking jobs. They took care of their family. They paid their bills. They watched Netflix. They went to sleep. They woke up the next day and they did it again. 150 fucking shitbirds were drug addicts who believed that burglarizing vehicles and dealing drugs was a better way to make a living than working as a dishwasher at Taco Bell. And out of the 150 shitbags, there was like 5 of them that were murderers. So I don't want to condemn 2,850 people as pieces of shit because 150 people are pieces of shit and 5 of them are murderers. You know? You know? Hedonic for the 5 says, thank you for taking my suggestion, Connor. Unfortunately, I got to watch later. Got a kitchen that needs me now. No problem, King. I appreciate you for suggesting it. Thank you.
Disused machinery or brickwork was available.
Generally speaking, around the Russian Federation...
Stop calling me a shitbird. Okay, Solidus, I don't know what you do every single fucking day. But if you're fucking waking up, not being socially or economically productive, doing fucking drugs, burglarizing vehicles, and fucking dealing drugs in order to fucking survive, then yeah, I think you're kind of an asshole. You know?
building, people are defying the 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew. The people there say that they do not obey the laws of the military junta. They obey only the laws of Russia and the decrees of Boris Yeltsin.
How does a ragtag crowd prepare to fight a division of tanks? They toss a few more bricks on their flimsy barricade, pile up sticks and stones, and post a few more slogans.
The Soviet Union has entered its second night under military rule after a day of growing defiance and rising fears of bloodshed.
There has been now a report in from Reuters, the British news agency, that 3 people were shot dead outside the Russian parliament by Soviet tank crews.
Military convoys were seen heading out of Moscow. Tank drivers confirmed the coup was ending. To people manning the barricades here, the first sign the coup was faltering lay in the fact there was no all-out attack on the Russian Federation headquarters. The withdrawal came after dissension had developed in the military.
At least 2 crack airborne divisions revealed they had thrown their allegiance to Yeltsin.
Less than 3 days after being placed under house arrest by communist hardliners, the Soviet president is to return to Moscow to retake the reins of government. The fate of the coup plotters remains unknown.
The end of the rally.
And by the way, I think this is what's going to happen in Iran. You know, it could happen next month. It could happen 6 months from now. It could happen 10 years from now. It could happen 50 years from now. But I think eventually authoritarianism has a way of burning itself out, where if you do not maintain the will of the people, eventually you will be deposed. You will eventually do something so unpopular that you will be deposed by the people. It could be bloody. It could be peaceful. But I think authoritarianism has its own way of burning itself out and ultimately destroying itself. Fashion 40 renewed their membership for 11 months, says, don't talk bad about black people, please and thank you. Fashion 40, I do hope this is sarcastic, because I was praising, out of a population of 3,000, 2,850 black folk, I was praising their virtue. And 150 of them, I was criticizing their lack of virtue. So I hope that you're fucking with me with your comment. I am not trying to be shitty to the black community. I am trying to describe reality as I see it.
The Russian flag was hoisted above the Parliament building in place of the hammer and sickle.
Tens of thousands of people outside Boris Yeltsin's headquarters were elated. In their view, he had saved the day. Victoriously, they waved the Russian flag. And one speaker said, the Black Night of Fear had become a new day of freedom.
The attempted coup of August 1991 only lasted 3 days, but that was more than enough to convince Ukraine that it couldn't wait for a compromise anymore. It declared independence 5 days later. But you already know the rest of Ukraine's story. Russia, on the other hand, faced the prospect of a majority Muslim and Asian Soviet Union. So Russia decided to quit the Union too, and refocus on rebuilding its economy under the guidance of its newly sovereign president, Boris Yeltsin.
It is indeed...
Wait, hold up. He kind of just said that. Very casually. And I wish he had substantiated that, where it's like, well, with Ukraine gone, the Soviet Union is going to be majority Muslim and majority Asian. Therefore, Russia was like, I'm going to do my own thing. I mean, I believe it, but could we substantiate that? Where they're like, too many Asians. Too many Muslims. Can we substantiate that claim?
Indeed a great honor for me to address the Congress of the great land of freedom as the first ever, over 1,000 years of history of Russia, popularly elected president, as a citizen of the great country which has made its choice in favor of liberty and...
Okay. God damn it. Nameless Henchman says, Connor not flirting with race realism and puritanical sexual values daily challenge level impossible. Listen, I do flirt with race realism. But no, Fashion 40, you don't need to apologize at all. Okay. I may have been unclear in the way that I was delineating the populations and smack talking them. But a chatter said, oh yeah, well, there's like disproportionate negative outcomes amongst groups. So how do you contend with that, or something similar? And that's what I was saying. It's like, I don't want to vilify. In my personal experience as a law enforcement officer working in a black community for an extended period of time, I don't want to vilify 2,850 people while, 150 people are maybe antisocial dickheads. And those antisocial dickheads, I don't want to condemn them in perpetuity because of their race and say, oh, just statistically, this is going to happen. I would prefer it if we actually engaged in, I don't know, providing decent public education, disincentivizing criminal behavior, giving pathways to fucking criminals to stop being fucking criminals. Because once you catch a felony, you might as well just be a criminal. Because it's very difficult. Once you catch a felony, it's very difficult to get a job besides working back of the house in restaurants. That's pretty much like, you can work as a felon. You can work as construction crew, not admin, and you can work as back of the house restaurants. Okay? So anyways, with race realism, there's an argument that like, oh, you know, we're partially genetic. We're partially you know, we're genetic creatures, therefore our genes dictate our behavior. Listen, that could be true. And there could be correlates between like genetics and behavior. Like I eat a shitload of potatoes and it doesn't give me diabetes. That's probably partially genetic and partially cultural. Okay? But we should recognize that all human beings have some level of dignity and worth, and that we should be working together towards a better future rather than segregating ourselves along these tribes and then going to war and destroying each other. That's all I'm trying to communicate, and I'm sorry if I communicated anything else. So, okay. All right. Let's go.
Democracy.
But the now Russian reformers realized they faced a much starker choice. Unlike the other republics, the power ministries of the Russian state, the KGB, the ministers of the heavy industries, and the military-industrial complex were still being run by people either involved with or at least sympathetic to the coup. Yeltsin became convinced that if he wanted to stave off another reactionary putsch, he'd have to disband them, and that the only way to get a market system in place was to do it all at once in order to make it a fait accompli before anyone could stop him, even though this would mean privatizing property before actually having a way of protecting property rights, or ending price controls without controlling the money supply, or restructuring the economy without building a social safety net. In other words, their choice was between destroying the state or going back to the Brezhnev era. So the reformers became revolutionaries, and Russia's experiment in social democracy became an experiment in anarcho-capitalism, with predictable results.
Some prices had jumped even more than the 3, 4, or 5 times they'd expected. This butter was selling for 8 times the price it could have been bought for yesterday.
President Yeltsin emerged as the winner of a bloody power struggle with his opponents in Parliament and their allies on the streets.
Outside the building, bodies still lay where they fell. There was still no official estimate of the number killed inside, though the city medical authorities said nearly 500 had been treated for injuries.
Over the weekend, Russia sent a force of more than 40,000 into the Republic of Chechnya and heading towards the capital of Grozny.
Troops from Russia's Interior Ministry scramble at the sight of an approaching armored personnel carrier. They don't know if it's one of theirs or one of the Chechens. As it passes, they open fire, wildly, still none the wiser who they're firing at.
Starovoytova was gunned down.
Yo, that is the most Eastern European shit I've ever heard. We didn't know who was in there. And we let them pass. And then we figured it was probably the enemy. We should shoot at him. Like, that's fucking crazy. Oh, man. And then an experiment in social democracy becoming an experiment in anarcho-capitalism. I understand why the leftists would be pissed, right? I mean, I thought this was a NATO essay, but weirdly enough, it became a fucking essay about the fall of the Russian, you know, the USSR. But, yeah, I understand why leftists would be pissed. There's 2 great examples of socialist states on the world stage that are like world powers that could compete with the United States. And that's China and Russia. So you lose half of your representation on the world stage of political power. And then it goes from social democracy, which you might view as like a positive stepstone to getting to socialism, to anarcho-capitalism. And then basically a bunch of like militant fucking dickheads are running around while the price controls are imploding while people are murdering each other. Yeah, I understand why you might be a little bitter about that. I get it.
In the hallway of her St. Petersburg apartment in late November. Most Russians regard the killing of this pro-democracy member of parliament as a political murder and as evidence that their country's post-Soviet reform era is ending.
For Russian people, democracy is synonym of criminal anarchy. They never saw democracy as working rule of the law mechanism. They don't know what it is.
Panicky Russians tried to withdraw their savings from banks
while the country's financial system appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse.
The government virtually defaulted on its debt, and the ruble crashed in August.
Russia has continued to pound villages with their heavy guns, a tactic which the Chechens say has caused numerous civilian casualties.
At times, Russian soldiers have shut down the Ingushetia border and even shot at the fleeing refugees.
Commandos stormed a school in southern Russia today, where militants held hundreds of hostages. Russian news accounts said more than 200 people were killed, more than 700 wounded. Many were children.
An inflation crisis.
That was one of the things that made me Islamophobic as fuck. So hold up. Chechen rebels. Sorry to my Muslim brothers and sisters, but Chechen school massacre 2004. The Beslan school siege. From top left, blah, 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 blah. 334 dead, 186 children. Basically, like, I was ready to go on fucking crusade right here. This was immediately after 9/11. I was like, fuck the Muslams. Like, I have Muslim friends now, right? But the reason why was because Chechen rebels from the Riyad Us Salahin Brigade took a school hostage and they slaughtered 186 children. Like, I understand that we're all, as human beings, capable of atrocity, but any ideology that can be you thought that I was, against regicide, infanticide? I am absolutely fucking against the intentional massacre of children for political fucking ends, right? So, if I could find, me personally, every member of the Riyad Us Salahin Brigade, I had a recent debate about capital punishment. If you allowed the state to execute these people through capital punishment, that would sate my sense of revenge. But if you left me alone with them individually, then the Eighth Amendment would not apply to what I did to those people. So there are some things like so vile and barbaric that it does shock my conscience into wanting to be barbaric myself. So yeah, the 2004 Chechen school siege resulting in 186 massacred children. Yeah, that was something that really fucking pissed me off and really made me not give a fuck about jihadist terrorists getting fucking wiped out. Goal reset? I don't know, man. You guys were pretty good. You guys are pretty good today. If you want to donate, but honestly, everybody's been super generous today. So, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. But, besides that, you guys have been more than generous today. So I don't want to milk it too hard.
Crisis, a parliamentary crisis, a street crime crisis, an organized...
And Iran funded it? Well, fuck Iran too then,
Organized crime crisis, an official corruption crisis, an alcoholism crisis, a banking crisis, a sovereign debt crisis, 2 civil wars, and an Islamist insurgency, all in the span of 10 years. And the KGB hardliners who forced this outcome would spend the next 30 years blaming foreigners and Jews.
Thank you, Shapingro, for the gifted. Somebody says your greed avoidance is hurting you, Connor. Nope. It's maintaining my soul.
Meanwhile, in America...
Today, a generation raised in the shadows of the Cold War assumes new responsibilities in a world warmed by the sunshine of freedom.
Bill Clinton takes office in 1993. With his 0 years of foreign policy experience on a platform 100% focused on domestic issues, he immediately faces a dilemma. Russia is on fire, and it looks like there's already a 50-50 chance it's a lost cause for the next 20 years. Unless you do something to protect the other countries of Eastern Europe, they might get dragged down with it. But if you make moves on those countries, Russians would interpret it as aggression, and you might accidentally push Russia into the abyss by trying to hedge your bets, when being nice to Russia might move it closer to America. And the foreign policy establishment in America seemed to be almost split 50-50 on what to do next. So why did America ultimately decide to take its chances with antagonizing an incredibly unstable Russia? That's where the Agency of Eastern Europe comes in. You will sometimes see people who supported NATO expansion complain that the NATO expansion sob story ignores the fact that Eastern Europe wanted to join NATO.
Let me in! Let me in!
Saying America expanded NATO basically treats these countries as pawns rather than real people with real aspirations. But that argument's wrong, because even that argument understates Eastern Europe's agency. Countries like Poland didn't get into NATO by just begging until America took pity. Poland blackmailed its way into NATO. In 1994, Bill Clinton's first plan for Eastern Europe was not to expand NATO, but rather to create a NATO holding room called the Partnership for Peace.
This partnership will advance a process of evolution for NATO's formal enlargement. It looks to the day when NATO will take on new members who assume the alliance's full responsibilities. It will create a framework in which former communist states and others not now members of NATO can participate with NATO members in joint military planning, training, exercises, and other efforts.
In the PFP, everyone in Europe could join at once with little fanfare. PFP would allow Eastern Europe and America's military to collaborate, thus helping to facilitate their democratic transition, and it also meant you could do all the prep work for letting countries into NATO without announcing it and hurting Russia's feelings. But for the 3, then 4...
Wait. How is this not based? Like, what is this? Sorry. How is this not based? Listen, Bill Clinton might have had sex with a few teenage prostitutes in the 1990s and 2000s, and therefore raped them because they were not adults. But how am I supposed to criticize this as a geopolitical move? What am I supposed to be angry about? How the fuck? If you know that full-throatedly adopting all Eastern European nations who want to become a part of NATO into NATO immediately will piss off the Russians, how is not paving the way through military cooperation between fledgling democracies in America not the absolute most base shit you could absolutely fucking do? Sorry, I know that my audience is substantially Lockheed liberals and fucking conservatarians, but what am I supposed to be upset about? And then somebody said, oh, I was actually talking shit about Iran. I don't know who funded the school massacre. So apparently it was Abu Omar al-Saif, an accused Saudi financier and organizer of the insurgency who was killed by Russian forces. Abu Zaid al-Kuwaiti, a Kuwaiti national and suspected organizer who provided support and died in operations prior to the attack. And then Russian officials consistently maintain that the broader Chechen militant network received significant financial backing from international organizations and foreign extremists, which U.S. and global authorities tracked via terrorism financing designations. So listen, man, I'll keep the video moving, but at the same time, like, anybody who just like sweeps for this and they're like, I don't criticize people resisting, oppression. Nah, you can criticize child murderers. You can't, like, that is something you can say child murder bad. That is something you can do.
Countries at the western end of Eastern Europe, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, this was not good enough. They wanted a security guarantee. They wanted NATO's Article 5, an attack.
Oh yeah, I'm pro-NATO for sure.
Attack on one is an attack on all, and no one wanted it more than Poland. So, the president of Poland invited Boris Yeltsin to a state dinner, got him drunk, and tricked him into signing a letter saying that Russia didn't mind if Poland joined NATO. When that didn't work, Polish officials started implying that without Article 5 protection, Poland would have no choice but to defend itself by pursuing a nuclear weapons program. And when that didn't work, Eastern Europe moved on from the nuclear option and tried the real nuclear option.
Today we're pleased to be introducing the NATO Enlargement Facilitation Act. And we're honored to be joined by a true hero of the Cold War, Lech Walesa.
Poland and Hungary share our Western values, our Western standards, and there is no reason or excuse for the unending delay which the Clinton administration has orchestrated in not implementing this much-needed expansion of NATO for the future security of Europe and the United States. We cannot use the excuse of a Russian election or real or perceived objections of any Russian leader to what is in the best interests of the people of Europe and the United States. I am confident that a Dole administration will pursue this issue as a high priority.
They started coming to Washington and meeting with Republicans. You have to...
I need to let the dogs out, but why? I love this. Why don't I love the fucking collapse of leftist totalitarianism in Europe, in Eurasia? Why wouldn't I love Americans, people who ostensibly love freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, limited government, due process of law, rule of law? Why wouldn't I love absolute total communist TCD, total communist death? Why would I not fucking love this? Holy shitballs. All right, be right back. I need to make sure my side gate is closed and I need to let the dogs out. So I'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes, but I love, dude, I wish I could go back. I wish I was born in 1970 instead of fucking the 1980s. That way I could fucking enjoy this as a teenager and adult. Our fucking geopolitical events suck. These geopolitical events fucking rock.
To understand, it wasn't just that names like Lech Walesa and Václav Havel carried a lot of weight internationally. There were also still huge emigre communities from these countries in the United States, and most of them had settled in the swing states of the Midwest. Walesa and Havel even implying they would campaign for the Republicans was terrifying, a fear which only got worse after the Democrats were wiped out in the 1994 midterm elections. So Clinton gave in.
While the partnership is not NATO membership, neither is it a permanent holding room. It changes the entire NATO dialogue so that now the question is no longer whether NATO will take on new members, but when and how.
There were good but wrong, reasons to think that Russia would, even with this provocation, still tolerate it and keep moving towards the West, even possibly joining NATO. One reason was China. It was not exactly hard to predict that the main challenge in the decades to come to American hegemony was going to come from the rapidly growing nuclear power with 4 times America's population, and the Chinese government was and is notoriously mercurial. So one outcome America was banking on was that Russia would realize it had more to fear from China than from America, and look to America for protection.
I had one interesting conversation with Zaganov, was repeated with Levin. They talked about they don't want this NATO expansion, they know it's not in their security interest, and on, and said, well, and if you do that, we may have to look to China. And I couldn't help using the colloquial expression from my state by saying to Zaganov, lots of luck in your senior year. Good luck. And if that doesn't work, try Iran. I'm serious. I said that to them.
But from Russia's point of view, Chinese unpredictability was a reason.
Sorry. This is like the peak of the uniparty, man. This is the fucking peak of the uniparty. The collapse of the Soviet Union, the collapse of Russia, the expansion of NATO, the expansion of the economy through neoliberal trade practices. All that, dude. I don't even like cocaine, and I want to do cocaine now in celebration. Like I've never done cocaine. I'm too paranoid about my heart health. I will never do cocaine until I fucking die. But dude, if fucking mixed economy capitalism is won. American military supremacy is proven. Europe is becoming, mixed economy capitalist liberal democracies who love MTV and fucking blue jeans and shit. Russia is barely able to fucking keep up with the amount of tragedies that they're... And by the way, I pray for the Russian people. But fuck them, right? We're winning. Fuck you. You know? Damn. What a, man, late 90s, man, that must have felt like the peak. I thought it was peak because I was a fucking teenager and I was experiencing all, Capri Suns, pop culture, Boy Meets World, MTV, fucking McDonald's, there was so much like cool shit happening in the 1990s. So, it felt like peak to me because I was a fucking teenager. But, dude, even watching this right now as a geopolitical analysis of American diplomacy on the world stage, this feels peak. Old School for Two says, there you have it, Connor. Admitted the 90s were better than I felt like the 90s flowed into the thousands. That whole 2001 thing, that whole September 11th, 2001 thing, it definitely fucked up the thousands. And then also, that whole 2008 financial crash, that kind of fucked up the thousands a little bit. But besides that, the thousands were pretty fucking sick. So, man, God damn it.
Reason to never join NATO, because joining NATO would put Russia on the front line of any Chinese-American confrontation. But Russia also constantly gave off mixed signals. In addition to the permission letter Yeltsin gave to Poland, Russia could never get its story straight as to what its objections to NATO expansion were. Sometimes they seemed to want NATO in its entirety to be replaced by a militarized OSCE. Sometimes Yeltsin's officials would claim that, actually, they didn't mind if NATO expanded, but they were worried how nationalists and voters.
So somebody's saying, oh, well, based off of this analysis, you were always a Democrat. You understand the fucking, Bill Clinton is considered the right wing of the Democratic Party by a lot of fucking Democrats, right? You understand he was viewed as, a centrist dino by a lot of people. I understand he was one of the most popular Democratic presidents ever. But you do understand that the way that I'm a rhino, he was considered a dino.
Voters within the country would react. But most often, opponents of NATO expansion would complain that NATO expansion was humiliating.
And I'm not persuaded by the assurances that we hear that Russia has nothing to worry about. You may not humiliate a nation, a people, and think that it'll have no consequences.
And complaining about humiliation was probably the worst way to convince America not to expand NATO. Because from America's point of view, humiliation is just an inevitable part of losing your empire. The Dutch had to be humiliated at Surabaya, the British had to be humiliated at Suez, the French had to be humiliated at Oran, and America had to be humiliated in Saigon. But they all got over it. Kind of. Losing your empire is supposed to be humiliating.
Then Patriarch, thank you for the Eagle King.
You did a bad thing, so Russia would get over it. It was hoped.
The Kremlin's public opposition to enlargement, in my view, is largely a question of a psychological problem they are undergoing now. Connected with the loss of empire, wounded pride, and most importantly, uncertainty about Russia's place in the world of the 21st century. And were you in their spot, you would be the same, in my view, and I would.
But this is where another important bit of context usually...
Damn. That's why Biden always acted like he was the fucking big dog, even though we always saw him, kind of as this, old, tottering old man, was because he was running the highlights of his fucking speeches in his own brain from the 1990s. That's what he was doing.
Gets lost. Clinton didn't just announce the expansion of NATO, he went to Yeltsin and got Yeltsin to agree to let it happen. Because here's the thing about NATO expansion, Russia was actually powerful enough to prevent it. They had demonstrated that in 1992, when Russia ran the same playbook in Moldova that they would play in Ukraine 22 years later.
The president of Moldova today accused Russia of waging an undeclared war against his former Soviet republic. He said Russian members of a former Soviet Red Army stationed in Moldova were fighting alongside Slavic separatists against the Moldovan government.
Funding an ethnic separatist war, dividing the country de facto but not de jure, and using the violence to arm twist Moldova into agreeing to never join NATO. And even if they hadn't, the Russians still had a lot of leverage in the form of nuclear proliferation. Everyone understood this. They just didn't like saying it. So when Yeltsin started complaining that NATO expansion violated the unwritten agreement from the German reunification deal, Publicly, the United States said there was no agreement, and it didn't need Russia's permission, while privately, Clinton tried to offer concessions to Yeltsin in order to buy his cooperation. So, Clinton gave Yeltsin $4.5 billion in aid, a promise that nuclear weapons wouldn't be deployed in the new member states, an agreement that no major conventional weapons or permanent bases would be deployed in the new member states, and most importantly, an agreement not to announce any of this until the autumn of 1996. Why was that so important? Because Russia held its presidential elections in the summer of 1996, and America held its presidential election in November of 1996. So the fall of 96 was the Goldilocks period where it could come soon enough to help Clinton politically, but would do the least damage to Yeltsin politically.
Today, I want to state America's goal. By 1999, NATO's 50th anniversary, and 10 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the first group of countries we invite to join should be full-fledged members of NATO.
All right, dude, I have to do it. I have to pause. I need a NATO wave fucking video. I need a NATO wave video, man. This is fucking sick. This is fucking sick. I don't need 5 minutes. Should I do the Macarena?
Putin hopes to intimidate NATO. The problem is that this threat won't work. Putin's threat failed for a simple reason.
I suddenly have a urgent desire to bully Europeans into being fucking better militarily and also being better friends, so they want to be better friends to us. I know I always bully the shit out of Europeans, particularly Hans Mayer. But holy shit, if Europe could get its fucking security fucking shit together, and if we could have our security shit together, there's not a single fucking military on the planet we could not absolutely fucking annihilate. Holy shit. Can the French and the Germans please get their can the French, the Germans, and the English please get their military shit together? The Finns, the Swedes, the Poles, they're already fucking on it, man. The Finns, the Swedes, and the Poles are already fucking on it. Literally, it's like France, Germany, and fucking the UK need to get their shit together. And I would be, whew, I would be the fucking biggest NATO, fucking salute, fucking NATO patriot over here. God damn. Dogs went back in. I'll be right back.
But why lie about it? For one, it served the political purposes of both countries. For Clinton, it allowed him to look tough for Republicans, who were rabidly hostile to anything that looked like multilateralism, and it kept America's options open in the future. Also, acknowledging a Russian veto would be a de facto repudiation of the Helsinki Final Act, the treaty saying European countries could choose their own alliances. More importantly, for Yeltsin, it was political cover from the nationalists for taking the deal. You see, he wasn't trading away Poland for campaign cash, he was being steamrolled by America against his best efforts. And it worked. For Yeltsin and Clinton. But the relationship between Yeltsin and Clinton was somewhat special. While they personally liked each other, they couldn't really bridge the gap in trust between their respective countries. In their attempts to bring America and Russia closer together, both of them were constantly sabotaged by their legislatures, and both were hounded by accusations that they were selling the country out to the other side. And soon both would be replaced by decidedly more aggressive successors.
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military.
With George Bush, there's less nuance to add.
We spent a lot of time in our relationship trying to get rid of the Cold War. It's over. It ended.
He did unilaterally tear up the anti-ballistic missile treaty, not even giving Congress, let alone Russia, much of a heads up. He did invade Iraq and convince the world that America was too megalomaniacal to be trusted as world police. He did start building interceptors in Europe. And last but not least, he did push to get Ukraine and Georgia into a NATO membership action plan, against the advice of France, Germany, and several of his own advisors. And instead of offering to trade Russia something for it, he just did it out of the blue.
Here in Bucharest, we must make clear that NATO welcomes the aspirations of Georgia and Ukraine for their membership in NATO.
And boy, did Russia respond.
It was a war that lasted.
Yo, hold up. Not a fan. Not a fan of getting Georgia fucked up. Huge fan of George Bush having the balls to be like, fuck you, if Ukraine and Georgia want to join, we'll let them join. That's fucking dope.
Only 6 days, but which had a profound effect on a country and a region on the edge of Europe.
So, case closed, right? The great NATO sob story is still basically right. If America had just shown more restraint on NATO, Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. And yeah, the NATO sob story does, I think, explain, if not justify, the 2008 invasion of Georgia. But we're talking about Ukraine, not Georgia. And 6 years had passed in between the two wars. And it's those 6 years in which the great NATO sob story goes from sort of having a point to just shameless lying. Because it was in 2008 when the great NATO sob story actually gained a lot of fans.
Arthur says, why is it dope if NATO requires consensus to function? I would say because of the defensive nature of it, right? So at this point, we've basically had a territorial bum rush into Eastern Europe involving, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland. I don't know when Sweden joined. I forget. But you obviously have all the Western European nations that were already originally founding members. You have the United States, et cetera, et cetera. The truth is that, NATO is a 50-year organization. So extending that branch of protection to additional nations is awesome. Because if Russia had invaded Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, or Poland during the 2000s, there would have been a NATO response. Article 5 would have been invoked. All European militaries and the United States would have responded and would have fucked up the Russians inside Eastern Europe. I mean, look at, no offense, not trying to talk too much shit about Russian military capacity, but look at what Ukraine's done for the past fucking 10 or 20 years, right? Ukraine's been fucking doing goddamn work. And all they're doing is they're doing work with old school fucking NATO equipment that was never used. So imagine what a concentrated NATO American-backed response would be like. The territorial integrity of Eastern Europe could be easily asserted with European military power and American military power backing European military power. 100%. We might even be realistically, because Americans love to fucking fight, we might be on the fucking front lines and letting the Europeans support us. So, yeah, I think that's fucking sick. I think what sucks is that, Georgia gets fucked up because they're too small of a power for Europe to care about. And then Ukraine gets fucked up because they're so geographically proximate and have such entrenched historical ties with Russia that it gets more complicated. So, anyways. Yeah, sure. Article 5 is only as good as nation states actually following through on the agreement. I agree. But I think particularly I think Donald Trump is the only American president who has cast doubt on the willingness of Americans to abide by NATO Article 5. Literally the only president. Who do you have? You got Clinton. You got Bush after that. You got Obama after that. Then after Obama, you have Trump, Biden, Trump. So out of what, 4 presidents since the Eastern European expansion? Out of 4 presidents, 3 of them have never cast doubt on Article 5. And even Trump casting doubt on Article 5 has been met with bipartisan rebukes from American congressmen and senators. Yeah, I think it's fucking great.
Both inside and outside the foreign policy establishment. And John Mersheimer's brand of realism-influenced restraint gained a number of admirers. And one of them was now the 44th President of the United States.
In a Cold War, in which Muslim-majority countries were too often treated as proxies without regard to their own aspirations.
Oh no, is Obama, is he going to cast doubt on my, is he going to cast doubt on my thesis that he would have been a strict enforcer of Article 5? Whoopsie doopsie. Pause Andy'd it.
I've come here to Cairo to seek a new beginning.
Once Barack Obama became president, Russia was allowed back into the G8. A deal was made to move the interceptors out of Europe and move them to boats in the Black Sea. And while the US never publicly renounced letting Ukraine and Georgia into NATO, Obama also reiterated that to join, countries needed territorial integrity and a referendum on joining. Georgia didn't have full territorial integrity, and in Ukraine, a majority of the population was against entering NATO.
President Obama talked as if it would need a referendum, it would need reforms before any new countries, I mean, for example, Georgia and Ukraine, join NATO. Was this new policy? Was he saying something new here?
Absolutely not. That's been the requirement. Those are requirements for NATO membership since NATO began, and so we're not seeing anything new. That was just a restatement.
But to state it in the way he did, with that audience, what was he trying to do?
I don't want to overinterpret.
The Ukrainians moved on, elected Yanukovych, and agreed to host a Russian military base on Crimea for the next 30 years, locking itself out of NATO until the 2040s. And this rapprochement worked, at first. Russia agreed to a massive reduction in strategic nuclear arms, agreed to let American troops travel through Russia to Afghanistan, and put sanctions on Iran to pressure them into nuclear talks. And then the Maidan happened.
Protesters here are fighting back, attempting to defend themselves with fireworks and Molotov cocktails.
And Russia went crazy, killed thousands of innocent people, and scapegoated America for it anyway. And no one in America could see any compelling reason for why it happened. That's why people like Barack Obama and Angela Merkel kept bending over backwards to offer Russia off-ramps. It's not because they liked or respected Russians more than other Eastern Europeans, it's just that they'd both more or less come to the conclusion that Vladimir Putin had simply made a mistake out of pique, and could thus be lured back with the right encouragement. But as we went over in part 2, not only did Putin refuse every off-ramp, he kept escalating throughout 2014 despite already having a practical assurance that Ukraine couldn't join NATO. And then, even though America couldn't even be bothered to send Ukraine weapons, Russia decided to escalate the Ukraine conflict further into a second Cold War by attacking the American elections in 2016. A move that completely backfired and led to America sending Ukraine weapons.
Is he playing? I just paused it. I think he's playing a little bit of light rock and roll. I'm letting this flow because I am having a fucking amazing time. Man, that 90s thousands fucking NATO buildup. God, that was the fucking tits. Man, 1999 was the fucking tits. 2000 was the tits. Oh, sad. Sad where it's all fallen. The war on terror was really a distraction. Bush and his cronies wanting to get rich off of the fucking Iraq war through government contracts, and then deposing Saddam Hussein, and then destabilizing the Middle East and North Africa for a fucking decade. And we literally could have just starved out Saddam. We literally could have just starved out Saddam, and we could have just gone into Afghanistan, killed the fucking Taliban for shits and giggles, and then fucking eventually assassinated Osama bin Laden. Iraq seriously was, in my opinion, I don't lose any sleep over Saddam Hussein getting killed, but I do think it was a geopolitical mistake. I think we could have accomplished the same thing with like sanctions and no-fly zones. God damn it. God damn it. This fucking sucks.
This is Putin's master tactical plan. The people who made their name on the great NATO sob story, like John Mearsheimer, just kind of skipped this part now. And that's why Washington hates these people. It's not because he's telling them hard truths they don't want to hear. It's because America did what he wanted for 6 years, and when that didn't work, instead of admitting fault, he just furiously rewrote history to blame them so he could pretend he was still right. And that type of careerist historical revisionism would be forgivable if there was nothing at stake but his reputation. But there is substantially more at stake now.
There are many people who say the Russians are going to go
Yeah. Conservatism says the war on terror was a huge distraction. We decided to spend trillions on fighting third world goat herders instead of acting like a superpower. Dude, truly, you guys criticize me for getting fucking one guide in chat, and yet America got one guide by fucking 9/11. And I know that's fucked up to say about 9/11, 3,000 fucking dead, billions of dollars of damage and all that kind of stuff. But we could have hunted down and killed Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda with a way smaller footprint. We could have substantially less destabilized the Middle East and North Africa without the invasion of Iraq. We could have kept up with sanctions pressure. God damn it. God damn it. Fuck. This is where, like, neoconservatism, this is one of the frustrations that I have. So, like, identifying as a neoconservative, right? I do want America to flex its nuts on the world stage. I do want it to be a diplomatic power. I do want it to be a military power that other people fear to tangle with. I do want us to slowly but surely depose authoritarian regimes across the world and try to get republicanism and mixed economy capitalism to be the de facto, the de facto way that states run their affairs. I do want all that shit. But that doesn't mean we can't go too far. And that doesn't mean that Iraq wasn't too far. I think Iraq was too fucking far. Yeah, Interpersonal has a really cynical reading on it, but it's unfortunate. Those wars were to make bloodthirsty warhawks and the soldiers under it gain combat experience at most and defrauded our own currency in the process. Right-wingers and neolibs will always work together to fight a dumb war against Muslims with bad foreign powers. I just wish we were smarter about it, right? I just wish we were fucking smarter about it. That's it. Yeah. God damn it. God damn it.
On a rampage, they're going to try and reestablish the Soviet Union or a greater Russia, and so forth and so on. That's not going to happen. Putin is much too smart for that. You remember what happened when the Russians invaded Afghanistan? You remember what happened when we invaded Afghanistan? You remember what happened when we invaded Iraq? You remember what happened when the Israelis invaded southern Lebanon? You want to stay out of these places. In fact, if you really want to wreck Russia, what you should do is encourage it to try and conquer Ukraine. Putin, again, is much too smart to do that.
So, was NATO...
Whoops. Lol. Whoops. Whoopsie-doopsie.
Expansion a bad idea? Maybe, probably, yes it was. At a time when America should have been paying special attention to stabilizing Russian democracy, Bill Clinton corrupted that relationship in order to rush through a policy that didn't need to be rushed to satisfy a special interest voting bloc for an October surprise campaign stunt in an election that he would have won anyway. And everyone in Washington just kind of crossed their fingers and hoped everything would work out, because it was, after all, the end of history. But does NATO's expansion justify Russia's war in Ukraine? Not in the moral.
I met Fukuyama. I got to go to Liberalism in the 21st Century. I got to go to that conference and I got to meet Francis Fukuyama. Very nice guy. Huge pussy. We talked about like the slumbering war god of Uncle Sam. We talked about how, Uncle Sam was this symbol of American might in the early 20th century, and also, flexed his muscles during the Cold War, and how there was this like spiritual catastrophe assailing the Western world where no one felt confident about being proud of Uncle Sam anymore. And I was like, well, why don't we shake that old bitch awake? And he's like, well, it depends on what he does. He was like, if Uncle Sam, the war god of America, comes back and does some soft power nation building with a little bit of hard power behind it, that's cool. If we start another international war that costs us trillions of dollars and tens of thousands of lives, then, I'm not as into it. I did just call him a pussy, but I actually feel like that's fair analysis.
Sense. Just in a amoral geopolitics sense. No. You see, the point of the NATO sob story isn't really geopolitics. It's about making the case that America is especially evil and duplicitous. And America is not especially duplicitous. America is not anything, because countries are not actually sentient balls with enduring personality traits. They're ideas. America can't have a duplicitous foreign policy. It doesn't have a foreign policy at all. Presidents have foreign policies. And there's less continuity between them than people would like to imagine. For instance, when Yeltsin first started complaining about how NATO expansion violated an agreement with James Baker, there was no one in the State Department who had worked for Bush on Russian issues anymore, and the Clinton guys had barely been briefed by their predecessors. So they had to spend a week just tracking down retired German and American officials to ask what Boris Yeltsin was talking about. But the Great NATO sob story isn't interesting because it's true or because it's false, but because it illustrates the perennial problem of foreign relations between democracies and autocracies. Autocracies tend to see the chaotic wheeling and dealing of democracies as malicious subterfuge, and democracies tend to think their problems with an autocracy will be solved by the next regime change. And so hurt feelings are almost guaranteed in the Russian-American relationship. But hurt feelings are not the basis of a sound foreign policy. Even if Russia was right to feel entitled to a sphere of influence encompassing all the former Soviet Union, attacking Ukraine wasn't going to reverse the Baltic's entry into NATO. And it didn't prevent Ukraine from joining NATO, because Ukraine wasn't joining NATO in the first place. And even if it
Yeah. I'm okay. Interpersonal says something interesting. I think from a Russian perspective, they have every reason to believe NATO is an inherent threat, even as wrong as it may be. I don't even think it's wrong, right? Imagine that I surround you with mouse traps, and I say, don't step on the mouse traps. Well, that's easy enough. Don't step on the fucking mouse traps. You shouldn't step on the mouse traps. But let's say like I move the mouse traps, or the bear traps, I guess in this case. Let's say I surround you with bear traps. Now, maybe you shouldn't be going into other, let's say all of your neighbors. I can analogize this better. Let's say that I am a bear trap company, and you are a belligerent drunk asshole who likes to stumble into your neighbors' houses, and they don't like it. And so I start selling your neighbors bear traps that they can put at their fucking front door and back door, so you are not allowed to drunkenly stumble into their houses, beat the shit out of them, and fuck their wives, right? You can view me selling your neighbors bear traps as a threat to your ability to stumble into your neighbor's house, beat the shit out of them, and fuck their wives. But the only reason why it's a threat is because you want the autonomy to go into their house, beat the shit out of them, and fuck their wives. So, as a bear trap salesman, I actually don't feel bad that you feel encroached upon by me selling your neighbor's bear traps. And if you're like, well, I should have the right to go into my neighbor's house and beat the fuck out of him and fuck his wife. Well, guess what? I just sold your neighbor a bear trap. Good luck with that.
Russia could have stopped at Crimea. And also, and I cannot believe this needs to be explained to fucking geopolitics experts, Russia has a nuclear deterrent. They do not need land buffers at all. What, is it the 19th century? Are they worried about General Mannheim's zombie army? Do they also need more crossbowmen for their star forts? There's nothing realist about substituting resentment for actually making sure a war will make your country stronger. Did resentment play a role? Sure, probably. Along with Putin's fear of his domestic opposition, all the weird hyper-nationalist philosophers, and he probably really does believe this goofy spiritual thing about Ukrainians and Russians being one people. But even if you combine all that, there's still a big missing piece. And I think I have found that missing piece. But it is a weird, weird story. Like Thomas Pynchon novel Weird Story. But
okay, sorry, I'm over pausing. I do need to wrap this segment. I was by implication, I was trying to imply that it was rape, but well, you fantasize however you guys want to fantasize about that. Horse God with a donation penis. It's slightly above average. Thank you for the $5 for your donation penis. I appreciate it.
Buckle in. And now a special thank you to my patrons. Diana Banana, Big Nove.
Nice. Ending it with Bill Clinton sax solo. Let's fucking go, man. Let's go. So, no, that was fire. That was straight fire. I'm actually, I'm okay. If Mearsheimer or other Russian sympathetic geopolitical strategists want to say that the NATO expansion was immoral because every nation state has a sphere of influence, and historically, Russia has projected its power into Eastern Europe, and, therefore creating a defensive alliance that might spring a war between them and all of Europe is viewed as an encroachment into their sphere of influence. They can feel that way. And I can still say that a country that has a nation of people and a state that represents the will of said people, if they voluntarily and willingly join a defensive alliance to prevent invasion from a foreign power, that's their fucking business. And if they want to intertwine their economies with larger and more powerful nation states in order to not only become more materially wealthy, but also in order to secure a material future for their people, that's also their fucking business. So if Russia wants to shit, piss, cry, and moan because of the Eastern Europeans preferring to have good relations with the Europeans and the Americans over having good relations with the Russians, then maybe the Russians should stop being such massive fucking dicks. I feel like that's relatively a simple analysis. Diminished Dark Dot for 20 says, I'm happy to hear above average is good info for my comics. Awesome video, by the way. Thank you for the donation, bud. Appreciate ya. Yeah. Yes, yes. And Bobby Johnson says, yes, and at the end of the day, Russia is proving that the Eastern Bloc should be joining NATO. I agree. Fucking, dude, don't join NATO. Don't join NATO. Okay, I kind of want to join NATO. Okay, don't join NATO or I'm going to invade you. It's not good rationale, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Arthur says he doesn't have legitimate grievance. It is what it is. It is what it is. Fuck him is what I say. Regardless of whether or not he has legitimate grievance, I say fuck him. So, Doobie, do you have the link to, made COG a musical playlist, only the first 7 songs for now, because I'm sure you won't get through all of it today. It's actually broken up into sagas as there are sort of natural transition points. All the animations are made so there are different things, but it would be cool to include the works from the different artists. Okay, interesting. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to thank everybody who has donated before we move on, because we will be doing a little bit of musical today. Doobie oiled, I think with $200. I forget if it was $100 or if it was $200. But he oiled with $200 to get me to watch a epic musical that I think is about the Trojan War. And apparently it's fucking fire. I think weirdly enough, we watched The Horse and the Infant, but I guess I'm ready to cry again. So I guess we could do that. But let me thank everybody before we move on to that. Diminished Dark Nut. Well, hold on. Let me do full cam. That way I can read everybody's names without being an ass. Thank you for your financial support, guys. It has been tough, obviously. Losing a relationship of 14 years, dating a woman who I thought I was falling for, and then not being able to pursue that relationship because she's going through personal family tragedy. That was a tough pill to swallow. I mourned both of those failures this past week, and I do think I'm doing better. I'm not doing great, but I am doing better. And then obviously in the background as well, I would say Wick in my relationship is strained. North and I don't think we have a relationship anymore, just because I feel like he's been so hostile and obtuse. And then Destiny and I obviously no longer have a relationship as well. So that's a little tough on the internet sphere. But maintaining 50 live viewers, I understand like a lot of people would be like, oh, it's only 50, you're such a small fry, whatever. We still have a substantial amount of financial support, and a lot of our community members are actually cool. So if I had to stream to, I don't know, 500 people, but I got $5 an hour, but everybody thought I was the coolest guy ever. Or if I had to stream to 50 people who tolerated my dumb ass, but they were actually smart, kind, cool, decent human beings who are willing to support me financially, I would rather have a smaller, cool community than have a 500 person live stream of schizophrenics. So Also, I think we've banned like 185 people for being like antisocial schizoid pieces of shit. So weirdly enough, I could be a 200 live viewer streamer if I didn't ban 200 antisocial fucking schizophrenics. So that's one way to look at it. But anyways, let me thank the community because you guys have been incredibly generous today. So, Diminished Dark Knight, thank you for the 20. Horse God with the 5, Old School with the 2, Shapingro with the Gifted, Fashion 40 with the 5, Fashion 40 with the Renewal, Hedonic Samuel with the 5, Nameless Henchman with the 5, Doobie with the 10, Doobie with the 10, Doobie with the 10. Slim Shady with the 28 Canadian, iCup with the 20, Doobie with the 50, Hedonic Samuel with the Renewal, Grassroots with the 10, Old School with the 2, Doobie with the 10, Grassroots with the 10, Nameless Henchman with the 10, Doobie with the 10, Shapingro with the 2, Grassroots with the 10. Thank you for showing up, Grassroots. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for chipping today. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody, but obviously when you chip half a dozen times, it adds up. Shapingro with the membership, Shapingro with the renewal, Vazraka, thank you for being my favorite lurker. Thank you for the gifted, and Fellrunner kicking us off today with the $20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So we are about to take, Shapingro says, I appreciated the Geopol today. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. I understand not everybody is going to watch every day, nor will they be capable of staying for the full 5 hours, but Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, I am committed to watching geopolitical topics because even if they're lower metrics from a viewership standpoint, we still seem to get really good engagement from the people who are veterans of the community, and they seem to enjoy the content. So yeah, you're welcome, and thank you for watching. Rob says, I was going to ask Connor how the North Bridge is going, mostly because the North Bridge is such a good phrase. True. It's not great. I feel like he thinks that I'm a villain, and I don't think I'm a villain. So I don't know what to do about that. I'm the chatter Connor doesn't want, but am not antisocial enough to ban. True, Rob Go Slow. I did see your comment where you're like, I refuse to be social, fuck you. I wonder how long it'll take for me to get banned. I'll just, that comment's pretty funny, so I think I'll just, time you out if you're too big of a twat. I'm holding down the fort, so we had antisocial schizophrenic representation. Thank you, Conserve. Appreciate you. If Asmongold or one of those guys reacts to you, more people will come. True, true. And to be clear, I am hoping to eventually stir the pot and piss off the gamer right, the grifter right, and the dissident right enough that we attract some conservatarians who hate those people as well, but also maybe some grifter right, gamer right, and dissident right audience members who like to hear the arguments. I would love to do that. That would be great. And to be clear, there is a solution that works to answer all of your questions. Rob Go Slow. He says it in an abbreviated voice. I don't know what that means. Even though you and North fell out, I still like North. North isn't he's not a bad kid. He's a 22-year-old conservatarian dude who likes aerospace engineering. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm just saying that he thinks that I am a bad faith villain, and that has strained our relationship. So it is what it is. I don't think I've done anything. I don't think I've done anything that warrants the way that Wick and he have acted in reference to me. But I wish them luck sweeping for destiny. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. All right. Shapingro says, I worry that I'm tainted these days around the grill due to my affiliations, but if y'all are cool, I'm cool. I'm trying to break the windows in all of our glass houses. No, Shapingro, you're more than welcome. Shapingro, I have found you to be nothing but good faith and polite and tactful. I would like to have more people like you in the community. But I understand that hanging out with 70% Lockheed liberals, half of whom are sexual degenerates, it might not be your perfect vibe, you know? Yeah. Me being an upstanding member of the community is very nice to hear. Glad to know I'm appreciated. Nameless Henchman, you are one of the most abrasive and rude assholes in my chat. And you are super abrasive and you hurt my feelings sometimes. But some of the shit you say is undeniably funny. Like, and that's kind of what I demand of my critics, is that if you, like, number one, if you could be chill, that would be great. Number two, if you can't be chill, be funny or insightful. You know? That's what I ask. All right. Anyways. Let's go ahead and move into the musical. I understand we're going to take an algorithmic hit, but that's okay. I'll go ahead and do a little intro and we'll get cracking. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I have a villain who has oiled my community into watching a musical. Doobie donated a substantial amount of cash in order for us to watch a musical about the War of Troy. And while this is, Doobie's mind raped your brain into hating the liberal side of Twitch and YouTube politics, no, he mind raped me into watching musicals on stream. So, I understand this isn't going to be everybody's cup of tea. So, before you go, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And we are going to watch this together. Now, I do think I have watched Just a Man recently, and it fucked me up. So if you are ready for a musical about infanticide and warfare, Doobie donated 10 and says, refresh the playlist. Is this still the first song, though? Let me refresh it real quick. Okay. What you try for, what you wish for. I actually, I'm going to challenge y'all a little bit. We did this last time, okay? And the reason why I was letting it play all the way through is because I did a substantial amount of commentary the first time I watched this. So what I liked about the first time that I watched this was oftentimes when it comes to the Odyssey or it comes to the Iliad, I think as a modern character, or a modern person, excuse me, it's hard to like give a shit about like Greek warlords fighting over territory. So for those of you who don't know, if I remember correctly, the Spartan queen, Helen of Troy, absconded, don't know if that's the right word, with the Prince of Troy. Maybe his name was Paris. It's been a while since I've watched the movie and or studied the books. But effectively, like, her husband was abusive, cheating on her, drinking, all that kind of shit. And she was like a beauty. And she was like a virtuous lady, and she was fucking hot. So Paris is like, hey, run away with me. So he actually kind of kidnaps Helen of Troy. And I think it's Helen, right? And then takes her back to Troy. And the Spartan king is brother to Agamemnon, who is like the king of the Greeks. And so he launches, because of this insult to their honor, because of this insult to his house and the royal line, he sails for Troy. And he tells him, bend the fucking knee. You will become a part of the Greek Empire, or we'll kill you. Right? And as a result, the Trojans said, no, even though we did some fucked up shit by stealing one of your princesses, we're not bending the knee to you. You can fuck off. And so a decades-long war launches, and these soldiers are stuck here. The reason why, I don't know, I guess I find that to be immoral as a modern person, is because it's quite clear that the war is being fought for the honor and pride and power and lust of Agamemnon. Right? It's not like a war to end genocide. It's not a war to, defend yourself against an invading empire. The Greeks are the invading empire, right? And so, and also the protagonists are Greek, Odysseus and Achilles and all that kind of stuff. A lot of the protagonists are Greek. I'll wrap it up in a second, but the reason why I liked the past 2 minutes of the animation and the thing is basically, it's like, what do soldiers fight for? Because not all soldiers get to choose to be a part of a just war. As a matter of fact, most soldiers don't get to pick the justice of the wars that they fight in. So, what do you fight for? And so I brought up last time that, you know, there will be people who, in order to psychologically survive, they will cut out the part of them that cares about anything except for blood and violence. They will truly become like disassociated, bloodlusting sociopaths because they believe that that is what's necessary in order to win a war. And so they cut out whatever part of them makes them human. Their empathy, their sympathy, their care, their love. They will chop that part of their soul out of their body in order to be able to perpetuate or perpetrate atrocity in order to go home and survive. And it seems like Odysseus, on the other hand, has taken a different psychological tact, which is, no, I will see my wife again. I will see my children again. Therefore, I'm going to use my wits and my cunning and my viciousness in order to get home. So I thought that's what was worthy of observation. Jen Winkler says, what's up over here? We're just watching a musical. I know that a lot of DGG doesn't like Doobie, but he strongly encouraged us to watch this musical, and he oiled in order to get us to watch this. And I actually enjoy the art while some people in the audience don't like it. I knew this wasn't going to be for everybody, but that's okay. I cried last time I watched this because basically we talked about defiance of the gods, defiance of fate. Like our modern sensibilities, that clearly the right thing to do, at least with our modern sensibilities, is for Odysseus to take him as a child, right? You know, take him as a child, bring him back to, I don't know where Odysseus is from. Take him back, raise him as an adopted child, lie to him about his origins, you know, fucking raise him to be a good man, etc., etc. But what Zeus says is no. It's a binary choice. You either kill this infant or this infant destroys the Greeks. So even if you try to avoid the fate of the gods, even if you try to avoid the will of the gods, you know, ultimately it's a binary choice. And I discussed this last time as well. Part of the reason why I like Warhammer 40K so fucking much is because there are the wills of the gods. There are powers infinitely more, you know, powerful than yourself. And yet, humanity only survives because it has the willpower to defy the gods and rage against the dying of the light. And oftentimes, by defying the gods, they chart a new path of fate. That is like a theme that is explored over and over and over again, is that the willpower of humanity is what defies fate. So, oh, fuck you, whoever is insinuating something pedophilic. So, yeah. And then also, I think I told you guys this as well. You know, I routinely say I would have and maybe would die for my ex-wife, right? There's a situation, she needs to be defended, etc., etc. It's me or her. I would die. Well, hold on. I would kill for her. Excuse me. I fucked that up. I would kill for my ex-wife. Maybe that's why I'm not together anymore. Maybe it's because I wasn't willing to die for my ex-wife. Maybe my love was insufficient. But I love my kids so much that not only would I kill for them, I would die for them. God walks up and he says, hey, it's you or your boys. It's me. Every single time. Every single fucking time. There is not a doubt in my fucking mind that some fate weaver, some god says, you know, you or your kids. I say me. I die. Right? So, since I said previously that I was willing to kill for my family and that I was willing to die for my family, would you be willing to commit infanticide to save your family? And that is the choice that is being given to Odysseus in this piece. So, I was gonna... I thought I was gonna make it through that one without crying because I cried last time. But the infant looking sideways and then the hand release got me. You know, when... It's because I'm thinking of my boys, obviously. So when I see that face, I see my boy's face. Ah. So, Doobie, I'm gonna back out and try to reload the playlist. But just to address that a little bit, you know, it is, I think that's why parents, you know, I cried? Fuck yeah, I cried. I'm not one of these people that says that a man can never cry. You just can't cry like a pussy, or if you cry like a pussy, you need to do that by yourself. But, no, the reason why, I think this is why parents really do kind of like empathize and sympathize with each other with, you know, I'd kill for my family, I'd die for my family, I would do anything for my kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And basically, it's because you feel that instinctively. Like I am a person who liked to rationalize away my emotions, right? When I fell in love with a girl and I was a teenager, I was like, oh, that's just a bunch of chemicals in your brain. Who gives a shit, you know? When I was upset about something in the military, I was like, it's just, you know, chemicals in your fucking brain. It's pretty normal. You know, who gives a shit? Keep it fucking moving. And I think I was able to deal with a lot of trauma by rationalizing my emotions away. If I felt bad about something, if I felt angry about something, if I felt sad about something, shit, even when I was proud or even when I was happy, I was like, don't get too proud. Don't get too happy because you know it's temporary and it's going to go away. Right? The cool thing, in my opinion, about kids is, at least for me, the emotions are so powerful, you can't, at least for me, I can't deny them. I cannot rationalize and dismiss the love I have for my children. I can't. I truly, like it is inarguable that I would suffer a ton for my children. And then it is inarguable that if my children were under threat, I would easily end the life of whoever was opposing them, that was posing them a mortal threat. It is also just, it's beyond understanding that if I was given a binary choice between my life and the lives of my children, I would choose to end my life every single time. And so, you know, when you experience that kind of love, and you know, like Hector, in this story, Hector's already dead. He died dueling Achilles. He's not there to protect his family. The story of Hector is actually that of a doomed man who knows that his kingdom, he knows that he's doomed. He knows that his kingdom is doomed. He knows that his wife and son are doomed. And yet he must do his duty anyways. That is the story of Hector. He must go face Achilles knowing he will die. He must defend Troy knowing he will die. He must fight for his house's honor knowing that eventually the Greeks will break Troy And I don't even know what happens to his wife, but they will kill his wife and children. And yet he has to go face that fate despite its terribleness. He cannot run away. By fate, he is prohibited from running away. So, it is, it's beautiful and it's horrific. So. Oh. Connor, can you cover the heat waves? I've seen a lot of continued conservative denial of climate change despite the continued repeated record-breaking events after year. No. Today we're talking about infanticide and war. Heat waves can wait for tomorrow. He seems to have recovered from the infanticide quite well. Good for him. Good for him for recovering from the infanticide quite well. Now, something that I Googled last time, too, was did Odysseus actually have to wrestle with killing the child? Because bear in mind, this is, 3,200 years ago, estimated, somewhere in there. 3,500 years ago. And so, obviously, infanticide, while bad, was viewed a little bit more casually. Like, I'm pretty sure I remember the ancient Greeks killing deformed children through exposure by throwing them off of cliffs. Their approach to infanticide was a little bit different than ours. And weirdly enough, in the Odyssey, the original Odyssey, there's two ways that it was told, or actually I think there was a few ways that it was told. Either way, Odysseus was arguing to kill the child. So this whole like agonizing over infanticide, that was not Odysseus. That was other members of the party. Odysseus was saying, no, we have to kill him or else he will come back to haunt the Greeks. And I think there's one story where he throws the child to his death. And I think there's another story where he actually, he orders another soldier to throw the child to his death. So, yeah. Okay, Nameless Henchman, you're being a fucking sociopath. I appreciate you're doing it for attention, but you can fucking relax with brutal endorsement of infanticide, okay? Chill the fuck out. Just trying to do some commentary, though, on what we've seen for the past couple of minutes. What is interesting about this, I suppose, watching this, is knowing that his immorality, Odysseus's immorality, him, hey, let's bind this together, let's fucking commit infanticide, let's sack Troy, all that kind of stuff, is not only is it wrapped up in the calculation of selfishness where he wants to get back to his family, but it's also wrapped up in the calculation that he has 600 men under his command. He is responsible for each one of those men, and each one of those men have their own version of Penelope, their own version of Telemachus. They have parents, they have nephews, they have brothers, they have sons, they have wives, and so not only is he trying to save his own life, he's also trying to save the life of these 600 men with whom he's returning home. Do one of Odysseus' friends have bifocals? This looks like glasses to me. Does he have glasses? Are they trying to communicate he's a fucking nerd? Because I don't think they had bifocals. How old are bifocals? Bifocals are 240 years old, not 3,200 years old. Okay, just in case the animator wants to find a different way to communicate that this character is fucking nerdy. Like, you don't need to give him bifocals. Udork with a 10. The hard part of being a man is learning to ride and guide our emotions and developing the skills to do it. So much pressure to just be the ideal man without the guidance of how. Cog agree, yes or no? Yes. I agree 100%. Should I do a poll on that? One of hardest things for men is navigating emotions? And I'll just put yes or no as a poll. I'm going to say 100% yes. So I think we all start out fairly emotionally complex. But within American society, and I think within most like masculine societies, men are kind of taught that there's only like a few emotions that you're allowed to experience without criticism. And I think those are oftentimes like anger and apathy, right? So the Han Solo archetype, the Indiana Jones archetype, the Wolverine archetype, they're allowed to mask whatever sadness they have with anger. And they're also allowed to be unflappably brave, but they're not allowed to be like sad or crying or weak or falling apart. They always have to have their shit together. They always have to push towards the mission. They cannot allow sorrow to distract them from what needs to be done. And I do think that there is something to be said for that mentality for men of being like mission focused, goal focused, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, ignoring the pain, getting back after you got knocked down as if it was nothing. There's something to be said for that. However, I think it's unrealistic to expect most men to be able to do that in perpetuity for all of life. And I think that when you look at our parents, I'm speaking for myself, our parents and our parents' generation, oftentimes they are swallowed alive by grief and anger and sadness and tragedy because they perpetually push off actually feeling their feelings. And so, for me anyways, what I'll tell you is I did push off my feelings in reference to my divorce, 100%. And I understand people were like, oh, this is why you're crashing out on Steven. No, fucking Steven deserves it, right? Steven deserves this fucking criticism. My anger at Steven is about Steven. That's not about the fucking divorce. Steven, fucking Doobie didn't convince me that Steven was bad. Steven convinced me that Steven was bad. Okay? In reference to my divorce, though, what I did do is I pushed off the fallout of losing a 15-year relationship, and I justified it in anger. I was like, oh, well, you know what? We've been struggling for a while. She has all of these bad traits. I might have all of these bad traits, but I don't think they're irredeemable, and I don't think they're worth divorce. You know what? Fuck her. Right? And that's why I kind of, she's still the mother of my children. I still love her as the mother of my children, and I probably still love her as my ex-wife. But I pushed off those feelings for a really long time. And then getting that new relationship with Melissa was like a life raft in the storm of my divorce. I'm only seeing my kids half the time. My wife is gone. I'm taking care of kids. I'm working my job. Despite me doing my best to keep everything on an even keel, it was quite stormy. It was quite stormy life, right? And when I lost my life raft, I feel like I was emotionally, flailing, right? I was literally like, I had this raft here that was helping me in the storm. I need to get it back. So I was like flailing, trying to get it back. And this was all subconscious. This was not conscious. This was all like, if you would have asked me, I would have been like, no. I have perfectly reasonable reasons for why I'm doing what I'm doing. So fuck you. I'm not lashing out because I'm drowning emotionally. I'm lashing out because I have good reasons to lash out. Fuck you. That was my response. And it was only when I truly lost my life preserver and I was like, I'm in this storm, I'm by myself. I have to figure it out. And I have to figure it out without my baby blanket, without my teddy bear, without my life raft. That's when I was like, you know what you probably need to do? You need to fall apart. And that's what I did. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, some Saturday and some of Sunday, I just fell apart. And you know what? I needed to. I needed to fall apart. I needed to feel bad for myself. I needed to mourn my divorce. I needed to mourn my breakup. I still needed to mourn, weirdly enough, while I was mourning my divorce. I was like, what else is bugging me? And then I found some old trauma from law enforcement, and I found some old trauma from the Marine Corps. And I mourned that as well, because I was like, fuck it. You know, while I'm here, I'm feeling sorry for myself. What do I feel sad about? And then I found a memory or a couple of memories from 15 fucking years ago. And I found a memory from 7 years ago. And I mourned those things as well. And I think you need to. I think you have to. And somebody in chat said, B for Brian says, the 5 stages of grief are inevitable. Not only are the 5 stages of grief inevitable, I find that you go through them multiple times, right? 5 stages of grief. So, denial. I think I was in denial, number 1, of how much my divorce affected me. Number 2, I was in denial of that Melissa and I were broken up, right? Anger. Whenever I actually did think about my divorce, I got angry. And then whenever I did, process Melissa, and I felt like it was unfair the way that I was being treated, I got angry. Bargaining. I still bargain. I still bargain. I still think sometimes, well, what if the ex-wife, what if she came back, and what if she changed this and this and this and this and this and this and this about her? Because there are some tough things, right? That's bargaining. And then same thing, I kind of made a joke the other day. I was like, oh, my avoiding ex-girlfriend, eventually she realized how good I was to her and she'll come back. I'm joking, but that's bargaining too. I'm bargaining with the universe that if I'm a good person for long enough, someone that I was falling in love with will come back into my life. Right? Melissa was too soon. But I learned some important realistically, I learned I was codependent. I evaluated my value as a human being based off of having a partner. And while that's incredibly common, like 90% of the population is to some degree codependent, I think I was unhealthily codependent, and I saw a emotional thread all the way back through my relationships that caused me to act poorly because I was codependent. And I should be confident enough to say, no, love someone, be loved by someone, but don't wrap up all of your value into having a partner. Depression. I think depression and acceptance oftentimes go along. Being depressed is just like accepting, in my opinion, that everything is fucked up and you're not okay. And just allowing yourself to not be okay, to feel empty, to feel sad, to kind of just lie down and feel like shit. And to be honest, here, I'm not a naturally depressed person. I feel bad for people who are consistently depressed. No, I don't. Fuck them. Don't give out more details than DGG is watching. Fuck them. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm emotionally self-aware and mourning things. You're going to use that as ammunition against me? If you do, you're a fucking piece of shit. Right? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm using my emotional awareness and I'm articulating it to an audience of young men. If you use that against me, that doesn't say anything about me. That says something against you. And then acceptance. And I'm working on acceptance. You can accept terrible things. Okay? This is something that I didn't know until I lost somebody to death. Okay? I did not realize that you could accept something that was terrible. Because I was raised in like a pop culture environment where the heroes and protagonists, they were always like jubilant, right? About their end. They charged into the maw of monsters. They charged headlong into battle. They charged headlong into whatever, right? They were always these valiant heroes who accepted their death or their tragedy or their injury or whatever with this like grace and jubilance that I didn't have. And what I realized when I lost somebody who died on me, and I was very sad about it, what I realized is I could accept something terrible. So I didn't have to like that my friend was dead. I didn't have to deny that they were dead. I didn't have to be angry about their death. I didn't have to bargain with the universe to bring them back alive. That wasn't going to do anything. And I was kind of depressed at the time, but you know, I accepted it. This terrible thing has happened. I lost something that I cared about. So, accepting something terrible is a huge, huge part of growing up. So, anyways, I'm just reading chat for a second because it sounds like some of you guys are processing things too. Yeah, and you can go through those stages multiple times. Yeah, dude, I still bargain. I still bargain, even though I know it's stupid. Yes. So hold on. I was with my first girlfriend for 14 years. I went through years of unhealthy workaholic behavior and borderline sociopathic man-whoring to distract myself before I worked up the self-awareness and courage to allow myself to mourn that loss. A lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. They try to outrun their tragedy. They try to outrun their loss through throwing themselves at work, throwing themselves into alcoholism, throwing themselves into hedonism. A lot of people, including myself, are guilty of running away from your suffering. Hey man, after the stream, can I add you on Discord? I'm just confused about all this. Yeah, sure. I mean, I can just post my, I can just share a link. It's not a problem. All right. Anyways, that's enough soul searching. Let's continue with the musical. I just came back to this horror. Well, if you want to rewind 10 minutes, I'm pretty sure I just got done with a 10-minute rant about how it's difficult to master your emotions as a man, and how mourning is like learning how to mourn is an incredibly important part of growing up. So if you don't want to, if you don't want to watch a musical while we're processing real man emotions, this content is probably not for you.
I wish that I could say that I agree, but look at the way this fruit is glowing and filled with glowing seeds. It took me a while to notice just what kind of fruit they...
See you, Shapingro. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for donating as well, King. Appreciate you. Ooh, okay, so he's still got some PTSD. I got you. And also, it's hard for me, like, it's not whether or not that was, like, good or whatever. It's fine. It's a fine song. But, you know, I remember some shit from Odysseus, and I'm pretty sure they go to the cave. I'm pretty sure they go to the fucking cave and they get fucked up. Like, they get fucked up by a cyclops. So, sometimes, sometimes you can approach the world with open arms, and sometimes approaching the world with open arms gets you stabbed in the fucking guts. So let's balance that perspective out a little bit. Now, I do think I'm gonna pace myself, Doobie, if you don't mind. We're at 2:20, so I think we've spent an hour on this. We've done 2 songs so far, or maybe wait, how many did we do? 3 or did we do 2? We did 3 songs. So I'm gonna do a 4th, and then I think I'm gonna wrap for today. But I will do these other 4 because it's good. It's fucking good. It's good shit. I get it. Some of you guys don't like musicals and or exploring complex emotions. The Greeks would actually believe you to be emotionally retarded. The Greeks actually thought that if you were incapable of experiencing emotions between like anger and apathy, the same way that you could be intellectually retarded, you were actually emotionally retarded. And so I do think there's a problem. Okay. The Greek pantheon of gods. Is there like a diagram? I want a diagram with the different gods. So one of the things that has happened with Christianity, and I thought about this the other day. Hold on. I don't want a comprehensive family tree. I want the main Greek gods and their roles. Main Greek gods and their roles. So, here we go. When it comes to something that I think that we've lost with Christianity, and by the way, like I like believing in a single creator God, and I do think that paganism with the multitude of deities gets a little bit silly, where they start having sex with animals and creating demigods and all that kind of, paganism can get very silly very quickly with its mythology. But what I would say is what we're lacking in the Abrahamic faith is we just say, oh, the Abrahamic God is the creator God. There are no other gods. And he's also the God of goodness, while also endorsing a few fucking massacres in the Old Testament. He's still the ultimate benevolent creator God, right? Whereas I think with the Greek pantheon and the Roman pantheon, because they divided up, and this is a Jordan Peterson thing, it might be a Joseph Campbell thing, which in turn is a Jung thing. But what Jung and Campbell and Peterson pointed out is that the pagan gods are representative of exterior forces that survive humanity. So rage is something that just exists. Now, we know from like a biological perspective that rage is a series of like neurochemicals put within our body related to like danger and anger. But rage continues to exist even when the mortal vessels that contain it die. And so that's oftentimes how like the pagan gods were identified, were being perpetual forces that might be imbued within mortals, but these forces themselves are eternal, right? And so we have Zeus, the ruler of the gods, sky, weather, thunder, and justice. Hera, marriage, women, and family. Poseidon, sea, earthquakes, and weirdly enough, horses. Don't know where he got that from. Demeter, agriculture, harvest, and fertility. Athena, wisdom, strategic warfare, and craft. So what I like about this Sorry it took me a while to get here. But what I liked about this song, while not necessarily liking it, is it's making you think about the nature of warriorhood, right? Because there's Athena, but there's also Ares, right? So Athena is the goddess of wisdom, strategic warfare, and craft. But Ares is the god of violent and untamed warfare. So, a brute who just enjoys getting into the fucking scrap, he admires his own strength, he admires killing, he admires bloodlust, he might be a disciple of Ares. Whereas a battlefield commander, an archer, a strategist, they might be a disciple of Athena, right? And so this is where, for me, I feel like we're missing something in the Abrahamic faith where we don't understand or worship the many ways to be a good human. And I think the pagan gods give you specific characters to focus on when you're trying to develop yourself as a human being. Yeah. Anyways, sorry for the yap, but this music video did inspire that yap. This too, man, that literally Athena, the goddess of like wisdom, strategic warfare, etc., she wants to use a mortal as a vessel of her wisdom, intelligence, and strength in order to create a better world. That's fucking cool. I wish God would do that to me. You know, I know we're all on our personal journey if you believe in a God. And we're on our personal journey and we're called to use our gifts for the betterment of mankind. But don't you wish sometimes that a fucking divine creature would come down and be like, you are chosen for this mission. You know, maybe it's just me, but I crave purpose. I crave purpose. And sometimes I wish purpose was as explicit as a divine being coming down to choose you, you know? Nice. Nice. Okay, huge fan. So I know some people are critical of the animatics, or they're critical of the lyrics or the sing style. They're like, oh, this is knockoff Disney. Okay, well, these are amateurs, at least according to Doobie and according to some other people. And Doobie, I will watch the other ones you sent me, just not today. I'll just do this every Tuesday, I guess, until we're out of shit to watch, because I actually do enjoy it a little bit. But I don't have pipes like that. I don't have the capacity to write music like that. I don't have the capacity to write a musical about the Odyssey updated for modern emotional, psychological sensibilities. I don't have that. So the fact that these people did it, and it's above average quality, and then not just that, but the music's okay, and then somebody took the time and they were passionate enough about it in order to animate it, I think that's fucking cool. Dude, I got literal plastic fucking men up here that I spent 3 hours a piece painting. You don't think that I would be into a fan-created fucking musical about the Odyssey and exploring fucking the psychology of warfare, conflict, and tragedy? So, stuff gets pretty dark, to be honest. I mean, it's already dark with the baby killing, but it gets a lot worse, I'm sure. We still got the... I mean, I don't even remember how many people survived the voyage. Was it really just Odysseus? Because don't they get fucking shipwrecked? Don't they get fucked over by mermaids? Don't they have to go fight like a cyclops? Don't they have to... Doesn't he have to get home and like slaughter the suitors who have been taking up shop in his kingdom, trying to bang his wife, eating all his food, and beating all his slaves? You know? Yeah, there's quite a bit of fucked up shit going on. And you know what? Here's another thing too. You know, perspective. Suffering sucks. Okay. And I'll tell you, I'm suffering. Losing the wife, losing Melissa, seeing my kids half the time, I'm suffering right now. But suffering can also be put within its context. And the truth is, I still have a shitload of things to be thankful for. So, I am going to be thankful for those things. You know? Yeah, not only does the war take him 10 years, it takes him 10 years to get home. Yeah. But anyways, I had a beautiful day. It is 2:30. I do have a hot water heater, a new hot water heater, so I want to go shower. So I'm going to thank all the people who donated, and Doobie, I will continue to engage with that on a weekly basis at minimum, because I do find it interesting. I do find it interesting and worthy of admiration. So, Unork, Doobie, Diminished Darknut, Horse God, Old School, Shapingro, Fashion 40, Hedonic Samuel, Nameless Henchman, Doobie, Slim Shady, The Eye Cup, Doobie, Hedonic Samuel, Grassroots, Old School, Grassroots, Nameless Henchman, Shapingro, Grassroots, Shapingro, Vazraka, and Fellrunner. Thank you so much, not only for your viewership today, but thank you so much for your financial support. It does mean a shitload. And Rob says, yeah, if it would be sad if you weren't suffering, take stock in that. True. I have something that I have lost that is worth mourning. And if I did not mourn it, then I think that there would be something wrong with me. So I actually agree with you that having something to mourn is in and of itself a weird blessing. Yeah. The recurring Tuesday Doobie mind rape segment. True. Except for instead of mind raping me into hating other Twitch and YouTube political content creators, he's mind raping me to watch musicals. Leah says, in Two Titans were the parents of the Greek pantheon, Cronus and Rhea, but Cronus kept eating the babies since they were destined to overthrow him. You know, Cronus, I don't know if this is an exact etymological translation, but Cronus is time. Chronos, chronometrophobia, a chronograph, right? And so oftentimes the Titans themselves have a tie to some kind of like natural, I'll actually Google that real quick before we wrap. But the Titans oftentimes have some kind of tie to natural elements. And that was shown in the cartoon adaptation by Disney. The Titans and their roles. Cronus, the youngest leader of the Titans, he overthrew his father Uranus and represented time and agriculture. Oceanus was the personification of the colossal world ocean surrounding the earth. So, that's interesting. Hyperion, the Titan of heavenly light associated with the sun and observation. Iapetus, the Titan of mortality and lifespan of humans, often considered the Lord of the West. Coeus, associated with the celestial axis and god of intellect and oracles. Crius, the Titan of constellations and the movement of the stars. Rhea, the queen of the Titans, she represented motherhood and fertility. Tethys, the goddess of freshwater seas and nursing. Anyways, you get what I'm saying. Like, obviously, the gods and the Titans are often associated with natural forces. But for some reason, I believed that the Titans were more associated with the things that birthed reality. You know? I could be wrong. But that's me. Prometheus, weirdly enough, Prometheus is the Titan whose forethought, who molded humanity out of clay and stole fire from the gods and gave them to mankind. So weirdly enough, the biblical, the Abrahamic faith says that God created us out of clay, out of dirt. So, by worshiping Jehovah, are we secretly worshiping Prometheus? Anyways. Isn't that dope? I love that shit. I love mythology. I love themes. I love how stories repeat themselves. I love how every great story ever told oftentimes has an ancient equivalent. You know, I love all that shit. I think it's great. But anyways, thank you guys so much. I do hope you had a good time. I know we're probably down in the 20s or 30s, but you know, I appreciate the 50 people who do consistently show up to stream. I appreciate your financial support. And I appreciate you guys hopefully enjoying the content, you know? Not only did we cover silly right-wing slop today, we also covered some Geopol that I found intensely interesting. And we also covered human emotion and psychology. So I felt like it was a great stream. So... All right. See you guys. Have a beautiful one. Bye for now.